accepted and has been accepted by Ghanaians, and also affords us the opportunity to renew our bonds with our brothers and sisters of African descent in the diaspora. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to share some thoughts on this year's theme for the 2019 PANAFEST celebration, Beyond 400 Years, Reaching Across Continents into the Future. This forms part of the activities commemorating the Year of Return Ghana 2019, because Ghana PANAFEST has evolved into a cultural event that promotes unity, Pan-Africanism, and development of Ghana and Africa as a whole. The ministry's resolve to develop Ghana's rich and diverse tourism, arts and culture products finds basis on the fact that the tourism potential is very huge, and when well harnessed and supported, tourism, arts and culture would be the catalyst for rapid transformation of the Ghanaian economy, particularly in generating the much needed foreign exchange and revenue, boosting micro, small and medium scale businesses, creating gainful employment for the youth, and reduction of poverty, particularly in the communities which host tourism activities. It is against this background that PANAFEST, a motivational attraction and event, which remains an integral part of Ghana's cultural and heritage tourism products, will continue to be high on the ministry's development agenda. Besides its cultural and spiritual significance, PANAFEST generates several inbound tours to Ghana from the Americas, Caribbean, Europe, and other parts of Africa, with appreciable economic impact on the local economies in Accra, Cape Coast, Elmina, Asen Manso, Asen Praso, and beyond, as well as transit cities and towns visited by our guests during the pre- and post-events. As I speak now, I am reliably informed that almost all the hotels, restaurants, commercial transport operators, marketplaces, souvenir retailers, amongst others, are doing brisk business thanks to PANAFEST. Thus, benefits derived from promoting such an event is enormous and impacts positively on the well-being of our people. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the ministry believes that another important aspect of PANAFEST is its propensity to present business and investment opportunities for visitors in the various subsectors of the tourism, arts and culture sector, as well as other sectors of the Ghanaian economy. It is expected that the visits of our brothers and sisters in Africa to Africa could be a springboard for them to explore business opportunities within our country. I take the opportunity to urge you all celebrating this year of Return Ghana 2019 to take advantage and patronize our tourism, arts and culture products which Ghana offers. These include the traditional festivals, folklore, music and dance at various parts of our country, our ecotourism products such as Kakum National Park in the Central Region, Mole National Park in the Northern Region, the Hippo Sanctuary in the Upper East Region, the Village on Stilts, Forts and Castles in the Western Region, Tafi Atome Monkey Sanctuary in the Volta Region, Kintampo Waterfalls in the Bron Ahafo Region, and many more. May I assure you that the current government of Ghana is committed to the tourism, arts and culture agenda, and every support is being extended to the sector to execute its mandate in the development of the country and the Ghana Beyond Aid vision of His Excellency the President. Notable among some of the ongoing tourism, arts and culture projects and initiatives that have been undertaken by the government in recent times within the Central Region include the Elmina Heritage Bay Tourism Project, the highway rest stops at Gomwa, Asen, and Anumabo Heritage Garden. These projects aim at opening up the Central Region to local and international tourists, as well as our brothers and sisters from the diaspora. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to once again call on all the key stakeholders, including the district assemblies and heads of departments, traditional authorities, the media, and the private sector, to partner the ministry and its agencies to support massively Panafest and Emancipation Day celebrations. I say Ayiko to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ghana Tourism Authority, the Panafest Foundation, Office of Diaspora Affairs, and the Steering Committee for a good work done. Ayiko. I would also like to highly commend all the sponsors for supporting a worthy cause and hope that many more sponsors would come on board to support the tourism sector in our desire to make Ghana the preferred tourism destination in Africa. I now formally welcome you all to this year's Panafest Emancipation Day celebrations and encourage you to fully participate in all the activities lined up for the celebrations, including the Year of Return Ghana 2019 activities. The ministry will continue to work with all, both home and abroad, to promote Panafest as a vital tool for the attainment of our goal of reuniting the African family for the mutual development of our people. Long live the African family, long live Africa, long live Ghana, and may God bless us all.
Central Regional Minister, Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture, dignitaries of the Ghanaian state, members of the diplomatic corps, my brothers and sisters from overseas, diaspora, Nanano, Nahimaru. Last year in September, I launched the Year of Return, Washington, D.C., the United States of America. Subsequently, I went on to visit earlier this year some countries in the Caribbean, Guyana, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados and Jamaica to announce the Year of Return. And I'm happy to see that several of you have accepted the invitation to be here to commemorate this anniversary with us. I'm proud to each one of you. This year is the 400th year anniversary of the arrival in 1619 of the first 20 enslaved Africans in the Commonwealth of Virginia, which was subsequently to become a part United States of America. The question remains, why are we commemorating this anniversary, which initiated some of the most barbaric episodes in human history, the transatlantic slave trade and slavery in the Americas? There are 4 reasons. 1, we have the opportunity to say to each other, both sides of the Atlantic, that never again would we, the African people, permit ourselves to be subjected to such inhuman treatment again. Secondly, the commemoration provides us the opportunity to strengthen the bonds of solidarity between us and our kin and kith overseas in the Americas and in the so-called New World. Thirdly, we have the opportunity to restate clearly that the destiny of all black people is bound up with the destiny of Africa. We should never forget the statement of the legendary Jamaican reggae singer Peter Tosh, when he said, "I don't care from where you come, if you are black, you are an African." And then fourthly, demonstrate Ghana's continuing commitment and dedication to the Pan-African vocation which our first leader, Kwame Nkrumah, committed our nation at the time of our independence. I want to thank the organizers of the Panifest and the Emancipation Day and say to you, kith and kin, enjoy your stay. For those of you who might want to say, let me inform you that yesterday in Maureen, Okateche Amanfi VI, Asimu Mahi, told me yesterday in public that he has lots of land available to any of you who want to continue to stay here with us. I want to take the opportunity to thank you and all the other chiefs who have lent their dignity to this occasion. And I mean by that, Obrimpong Nanfo Krampa the 11th, President of the Central Regional House of Chiefs, and Amayeni of Adnan Yako, the Dasebret who received the 8th, the Vice President of the National House of Chiefs, and Amayeni of Abiazi Traditional Area. The chairman for the occasion was Sabari Makwesiata II, Amayeni of Ogwe Traditional Area. Nana Pabna Inketia, Mahini of Asikado, Okateche Nyaku Eku the 10th, Mahini of Adwet Nyaku Traditional Area. Emuna Bubri, Pra Atinsem the 6th, Urechi Mahini, Sabari Mabuapia, Akunan Sabah Traditional Area. Nadia Kudokobia the 6th, Mahini of the Bina Traditional Area. Once again, Okateche Amanfi the 6th, Mahini of Asimu Traditional Area. I want to thank all of you very much for your presence and for the dignity that you have lent to this occasion. Thank you all. May God bless us all. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem. On behalf of the President, to welcome and thank you for honoring our invitation to this encounter. For me, it is an honor and privilege to be with you tonight at this event. And I must express my profound gratitude to His Excellency the President for honoring me with this appointment as High Commissioner for Ghana to the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And in that position to welcome the President and his entourage to the United Kingdom. Mr. President, we are very grateful for you for taking off time off your busy schedule on this private visit to hold this town hall meeting with the Ghanaian community in the United Kingdom. A community I have not really designated, but I consider it to be the 11th region of our great republic. Because of the sheer numbers that we have. This demonstrates your care for the welfare of all Ghanaians, both home and abroad. And it is also a further demonstration of your belief that the Ghanaian diaspora constitutes an important resource in contributing to achieving the transformation agenda that you have set for Ghana. Tonight's program will definitely afford the Ghanaian community in UK the opportunity to interact with the President for the first time since he assumed office in January of this year. And also for the President to brief the community on developments, particularly economic and social, in our beloved country. It is expected that at this meeting, government's policy initiatives to get our country to a higher level of development will be highlighted, together with the achievements and the challenges. Of course, the expected contribution of the Ghanaian diaspora to these efforts also will come from you. And of course, it's expected that any challenges that you're facing in this whole country will be brought to the attention of His President. As you may be aware, the government of Ghana is organizing a Diaspora Homecoming Summit in Accra from the 5th to the 8th of July at the International Conference Center. The media launch took place at the premises of the High Commission on the 5th of May. And this was followed by 2 roadshows held in London and Coventry. There are ongoing TV and radio announcements to create further awareness of the summit and to encourage you to participate in it. I wish to entreat as many of you as can make it to attend the summit and share your experiences and talents for the development of our nation. I take this opportunity to thank members of the Diaspora Steering Committee in the United Kingdom for the good work they are doing in support of the National Diaspora Mobilization Committee's effort to host a successful summit. I'm aware, even though I've been here only since last Tuesday, of the strong cooperation between the High Commission and the Ghanaian community in the United Kingdom. As I assume office, my intention is to further strengthen this cooperation and project the name and image of Ghana, as well as the interests of Ghanaians in the diaspora. We all have to contribute to the development of our country. And as High Commissioner, I intend to lead the agenda in this country for mobilizing the needed human and other resources for Ghana's development. As I've said repeatedly, I see myself as the Chief Marketing Officer for Corporate Ghana in the UK. And finally, I wish to thank all of you who have worked tirelessly to make this event possible. And I have no doubt that we will have a successful event. At this juncture, before I take my seat, I will introduce someone who needs no introduction. Someone who throughout his adult life has fought for the good of our country. Someone whom, even as a law student in 1979, we saw as a role model, one of the most distinguished lawyers our country has ever had, and one whom I dare say has been well prepared for this position, has believed in himself, has sacrificed his life in order to turn the fortunes of this country around. And I have no doubt that we are in exciting times under the leadership of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's great to be here again, and I'm really, really happy to be amongst you here. As you know, every time I come to London, I try to meet with you so that we can continue this conversation and dialogue about how we get our country going. But this time I've come, even though it's no different my meeting you, I'm here in a new capacity. By the grace of the Almighty and the generosity of the Ghanaian people, I've come now as President of the Republic. So I have to thank you very, very much for this. I can only describe it as massive turnout. I thought that what I saw in Berlin last, I believe, Sunday was it in my tour, but so And that only reinforces the message the High Commissioner has given. Please take this homecoming summit in Accra seriously and participate as much as you can. We want out of it to have got some kind of roadmap as to how the community in Ghana and you can engage fruitfully for our mutual benefit. The first thing this occasion allows me to do is to express my personal gratitude and that of the party for the contribution many of you, both inside and outside our party, made towards the victory of 7th December 2016. And I've come here expressly to say to you, WhatsApp, messages on the telephone, and all, there's no substitute for feely, man, you and we are seeing each other. So I've come here to say a very, very big thank you for your contribution to our victory of 7th December 2016. It's to our collective destiny, but there's no doubt about the contribution you've made. We began also to try, in the process of mobilizing all the talents of our country, to call some of you back home to public service in Ghana. Not everybody can, but some can, and some have already begun. More will come as things unfold. There are some basic things that I want to share with you. First of all, we put together a government in the fastest time in the history of the Fourth Republic. We have only a few left to complete the whole national, regional, and local takeover of the state by our party and government. There are about 21 DCs that are still yet to be confirmed out of the 216. 195 of them are now in place and working. So in fact, the whole apparatus of the state now is firmly under our control in Ghana. The other important development that has taken place is the budget that was passed in March. It has received the title of the Asempa budget because it is carrying so many positive things. People are surprised, and myself the most, that despite the very bleak financial situation we inherited, that people could be as clever as Ken Ofori-Atta and be able to create a path for progress and for our future prosperity. It's a piece of luck for me that somebody like him has come into my life to help me in the exercise that I am doing. What are the 3 or 4 most important things that this budget has sought to do? The critical one above all, because that is the analysis of the budget and that is the analysis that we have made, is that the stronger the Ghanaian private sector can be, the faster our development will be and the better we will be able to confront problems of unemployment and the rest. So whatever can be done to strengthen the Ghanaian private sector is what this budget has sought to do. First of all, by removing a whole lot of taxes that we ourselves call nuisance taxes, foregoing over 1 billion cedis of revenue and keeping it in the hands of the private operators, all with the view of strengthening them and allowing them to expand and grow. The 2 key areas of growth of our economy, like in any economy elsewhere, industry and agriculture, have been specifically tackled by this budget. $100 million stimulus package has been found for the distressed industrial and manufacturing enterprises in the country. On top, the funding for the One District, One Factory initiative has also found resonance in the budget. Efforts are being made to reform both our tax system and the collection of revenue at our ports. I'll come back to that because it's such a serious matter. I want specifically to come back to it. But reforms are going on. In fact, the commitment we have made is that by September, transactions at our ports are now going to be paperless. It's good. That it'll all be electronic and therefore cut down the room for manipulation and for corruption. That is at the level of the industrial and manufacturing activity, the One District, One Factory initiative. But in agriculture, which has seen a systematic decline in these last 5 years, we've also brought a program which we've called Planting for Food and Jobs. The farming population of Ghana, roughly, is about 5 million farmsteads, farmers. This initial part of the program, the very first year of the program, has identified 200,000 farmers across the country who are, as it were, the pilot for the program. The idea is that by the end of the 4-year mandate, we'll have been able to roll out this program to cover 2.5 million of the 5 million farmers of Ghana, at least 50%. And that should have a dramatic impact on the revival of our agriculture, on our food supply, on the growth of our cash crops, and generally in terms of enhancing the incomes of our farmers. What is the Planting for Food and Jobs? It consists basically of 3 items. We're putting to these 200,000 farmers inputs, 3 kinds of inputs. 1, improved seedlings. We're talking about identifying maize, cassava, sorghum, soya. These are the principal objects of the Planting for Food and Jobs. Improve seedlings in them. Again, we've reduced by half the cost of fertilizer to our farmers and policing their distribution, that they really get to the farmers and we're not setting up parallel markets, black markets, and distributing fertilizer, etc. But most important is that for the first time in 5 years, the Ministry of Agriculture is able now to deploy extension officers in the field. It's an unbelievable fact, but it is true. The last 5 years, not a single graduate of the colleges of agriculture in Ghana has been employed in the public sector. So all of these people who have knowledge and skills that can help our farmers, apart from the handful that were able to find work in the private sector, are sitting at home wasting away. We have this year's budget employed 1,200 of them and sent them into the field. With the commitment that next year's budget will see to the employment of another 2,000. By then, hopefully, we will have finished with the arrears, and then we can be up to date with the production that comes out of the colleges of agriculture. It is so critical in having these young men and women being able to assist our farmers in improved and more modern methods of agriculture. It is very important for our future. We're taking these measures in the real economy, and at the same time, we think it is important that the very base of our social system, social welfare system also, should be addressed. I have for the last 5-6 years made a commitment that if the Almighty was to favor me, I was going to ensure the senior high school education in our country, in the public sector, was free to the parents and the children of our country. That commitment was made not because it was a vote-winning instrument. This is what my opponents kept saying. Oh, he's doing it just to get votes. And I kept saying it's got nothing to do with votes. It has everything to do with the development of our country, because education is at the heart of the development of our country. By the grace of God and the wizardry of these men who have made our budget, in September this year, the free SHS policy will begin. Everybody who gains admission to the public sector senior high schools are going to go without having to pay for fees. So all of these parents who were burdened by fees and had, in many cases, to pull their children out of school, send them to work to maintain their family, can now feel some relief, send their children to school, and we all will be the beneficiaries. Again, a major commitment we made in the election was that we were going to see to the revival and regeneration of the National Health Insurance Scheme. The National Health Insurance Scheme was the great legacy Kufuor left us, which made it possible for even the poorest in our society to have access to minimum decent quality health care without having to pay for it, other than this tiny little amount of money you pay as a premium to have the card. It was being strangled by debt. The service providers were not being cared for. The bills and arrears were mounting and mounting, and they were then beginning to insist that they'll have to go back to the cash and carry system. None of us want to go back to the cash and carry system in Ghana. We want the National Health Insurance Scheme to work. And so the effort to clear the arrears has begun. And the minister has made a commitment. By the end of this year, he would have liquidated all the arrears he came to meet, so that the health service can now become more functional, more vibrant, and more vigorous. I received a lot of criticism at home. I'm used to it, you know that. I received a lot of criticism at home when I appointed the new Minister for Health. People rang me. We don't appoint a doctor to be a Minister of Health. Thought you people said you had all these brilliant people in your party and everything, and you go and appoint an accountant to be a health minister, not even a scientist. And I said, the problem facing our health delivery system is not the quality of the professionals in it. Everybody knows that Ghanaian doctors, even working with the very difficult circumstances that they're having to do in our country today, are excellent in their work. Everybody also knows that we have very high quality health professionals. That's why when they leave Ghana, it's so easy for them to get jobs wherever they go to. But the problem of our health delivery system is the financial deficit of the system, the difficulties it is putting money together to keep the system going. So I am going to appoint somebody who's good with figures, who's a brilliant economist, and that person is going to see to it that we can put the National Health Insurance on its proper footing. And that's what we have done. And I'm so happy that I wasn't buffeted by these criticisms and that Kwaku Agyeman-Manu is on seat. There are 2 or 3 other things I want to say before I finish this brief. First of all, the national identification system. We have made a commitment, and we are going to fulfill it, that by this year and the end of this year, every single resident in our country will have a unique identification number, a national ID system. It's so important for so many, all the reasons that you know, the reason why we must have such a card issued. And on top of it, it would then enable us also to register you. Because when the domestic one is over, we will then also register the Ghanaian diaspora. And that obviously will facilitate a very important concern of yours, ROPA. The law allowing Ghanaians overseas to vote in Ghana's elections was passed by a government of which I was the member, Kufuor's government. Unfortunately, those charged with the management of our electoral system, and they're an independent body of people, as they should be. We don't want politicians, presidents, and ministers being responsible for our electoral system. So the Constitution, in its wisdom, has given authority to a group they call the Electoral Commission, who have absolute independence to manage our electoral system for us. I agree with the reasoning of the Constitution. But it does therefore mean that in these matters, the implementation of electoral laws and regulations, we are at their mercy. So Dr. Afarijan told us when we passed the law that he was not yet ready to be able to implement it. Once he said that, everybody put their hands behind their back and say, "Yo, yes sir, we hear you." His successor has come, and initially she made the same statement. I've engaged. I'm saying I cannot understand why Senegalese and Malians and Guineans and Togolese can vote in elections outside and Ghanaians cannot do so. I don't understand that at all. So, madam, let's all begin to see how this can be done. Well, all kinds of processes are going on. Some people have even brought a case to court to insist that the next election, the law should be applied. And I hear that the High Court has ordered the Electoral Commission to come and show them what steps they're taking towards implementing that law. It's an important step. I'm happy the High Court has taken that action. But we also want to hear from you. You should raise your voice. Let's all speak so that the Electoral Commission will hear loud and clear that we believe that the next election, this law should be working so that everybody here can also participate in deciding who is the So that process has begun, the registration. And the other matter is about the fight against corruption in our country. We made a commitment that we would establish an office of special prosecutor who will have the mandate to investigate and prosecute acts of corruption in the public service. We made that commitment because public opinion in Ghana had ceased to have confidence in the Attorney General being a political officer to be able to manage such investigations and prosecutions. So we committed ourselves to establish an office of special prosecutor, an office that will be independent of the executive, who's the prosecutor and will have the security of tenure. The office is going to be established by Act of Parliament, and he will have the remit to investigate and prosecute acts of corruption. This meeting of Parliament that has begun God willing, will see the law passed in this meeting. And within 3 months, latest 6 months, the office itself will be up and running. And then we can have the capacity to do so. The reason why this is such an important matter for us is because of the project that we have put before our people. We want to put Ghana in a situation beyond aid. That's what we're saying. We want to be able to mobilize Ghana's own resources to handle the problems of its development. We are not a poor country. We're a country of considerable resources. 27 million people, hard-working people in a land which is blessed with a lot that nature has given us. If we handle the resources of our country honestly and intelligently, my goodness, there is no limit to where we cannot go to in that. Three weeks ago, the law enforcement agencies cracked a syndicate that was operating in the harbor in Tema. 19 customs officials in league with representatives of 3 clearing agencies, freight forward agencies, were responsible, allegedly. I say allegedly because they have not been brought before court yet. This is the allegation that has been made, that 1.2 billion cedis have been diverted by them over a limited period of time. If you look at the whole structure of the ports of our country, that a handful of them can be responsible for this level of loss, put it all together, and you can imagine the leakages and the seepages that there are out of our system. In the budget expenditure for 2016, in the budget expenditure for 2016, 53 billion cedis, 3.8 billion cedis was the contribution of official donor assistance, that is concessionary loans and grants, i.e. 7.2% of our budget is financed by overseas taxpayers. You break it down, and the facts are even more scary. The health budget, 2.9 billion cedis, 743 million of the, i.e. 26%, is financed by overseas donor assistance. Essentially, it means the taxpayers of England, of France, of Germany, America, etc. Education, the budget, 5.9 billion cedis, 323 million is financed by overseas official donor assistance, i.e. 5.4%. And then the Gender and Social Protection Ministry, 463 million was the budgeted expenditure for 2016. 70 million of it was overseas aid, 15.25%. So in this, our social sector, health, education, and gender, budget of 9.2 billion, 1.2 billion is overseas aid, 12.32%. And one group of racketeers in our ports can deny us revenue of 1.2 billion cedis. So the fight against corruption is about ourselves. It is not so a big theoretical thing in the air. People, They are derailing our capacity to control our own development. And to be able to do so with our heads high and not with our hands out begging people to come and help us. We should not be in that position in Ghana. We appreciate the contributions and the support that our friends across the world have made to our country and to its development. I'm not looking gift horses in the mouth, but we should be capable of financing our own development so that whatever anybody else wants to come and give us is like a bonus, is the icing on the cake. And these statistics I brought out tell you how important the fight against corruption is. If it is indeed true that the leakages can be anything between 7 to 10 billion cedis, then you can see the whole magnitude of where we are. Those who are pocketing these sums of money and denying these monies to our exchequer essentially are denying our capacity to develop ourselves. We shouldn't allow that to continue to happen. We shouldn't. And all I can say is that to the extent that I have health and strength, and God gives me, I am going to do my best to make sure that that doesn't happen anymore. So, that's where we are. I know there are a lot of things that you want to find out. I'm happy there are people here who can help answer some of the issues. For me, the future is bright. The future is bright. The possibilities of Ghana are endless. It was not for nothing that we were the first of the African peoples to become free. I've had a history of organized agitation in our country for over a century. And that today we are the beacon, the symbol of stability and democracy in the whole of the African continent. We're going to leverage all of this to build ourselves a bright future, a prosperous future, where the mass of our people will begin to live in dignity and prosperity. We can do it. We can do it. We can do it. So thank you, and may God bless us, and may God bless Ghana, and make our nation great and strong. Thank you.
Which will consist of a maintenance bay, a basketball court, and a car park. This will be the final phase of the project. This is the transit quarters. So this, the whole project, this is how it will be. Yes. But this is the first phase that has been completed and we are commissioning it today. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Tuano, Oma, nobody a chile ebaha, no Bashaya boss say, Sino Hydro, project to be a Bayer Ring Road no free. You never run about a quack with see Technical University run about to home. No question, Uja America, China near Brantibi on an encran bed in Wakano Soha. Na idea SNT or the young faster than manner.
Once this is done, Your Excellency, it will take traffic away from the central business district area for the traffic that is going to and outside the Sinani area. The contractor currently is working along this road and he's working doing 20 kilometers as well in some of the suburbs in Sinani.
And you think that the target is realistic?
It is realistic, sir. They can make it.
The drainage is a big problem all across Ghana.
Yeah.
So is this being tackled thoroughly?
It is tackled thoroughly.
Because you know what it has in terms of flood and the viability of the road.
Yes, Your Excellency. It was properly designed.
One district, one factory. Mapani or share the obey of Ghana. You said the second idea. With the African tomato factory.
Secretary, you know, Babatria Han, so Baba Joma. Near your catcher one is a what you more pack, Bashasiano. Juliampo young coupon to Trubunsu or Tunsu Boya Ama Yadijumadi National Sebiu Senka third time or what? Kaumbre. And so, there are 10 classrooms. Yeah. Ever when fear Anglican primary, I will win 4 units. Domacom Roman Catholic primary, 6 units. Doma Aquam GAGHS, 3 units. Miriam Friwo DA primary, 6 units. Amanfi DAHS 3 units. Kofibuo Krum DHS 3 units. Atakrum DA primary 3 units. Manson SH 6 units. Manson SH 12 units. Kwame Ningo Krum DA primary units 3 units.
This project started in June 2021 and the duration is 18 months and it's supposed to finish in December 2022. Currently he has done clearing and formed the road up to the 21.2 and he's supposed to do major activities like culverts, earthworks, and other drainage structures that are yet to start.
We'll come back to you.
Yes.
Yes.
We are building four-story here. The project began in April, and we are on schedule to finish by next year.
Next year when?
April.
A year.
Yes.
A year.
A year.
So we'll be here in a year's time to take you up on your completion date.
We'll make sure we get it done for you. We'll get it done for you.
We have been very lucky to have benefited from your initiative of the district $1 million fund. And I want to take the opportunity to show appreciation to you and the Labour Belt Development Authority, in particular the CEO, for the serious manner they have executed this project. I also want to mention in particular the contractor, the JKY Construction Limited. I must say that they have been very cooperative and hard-working, sometimes working 7 days a week and even overnight. And this is the result we all see. I want to, on this note, to assure you that as Great Garrison, we continue to remain professional in our service to the country and go wherever ordered, even at the peril of our life. Thank you.
So we're doing this in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Amen.
Adiam di si mani so wodo manhene anim di swachire no se nwumasua ene apomdene ene ne yam first priority ade edika ma eno do mamama ne metim bia ma yebi na nokura ni ndi akonwa na kira senior high na nkura ne dudu nyina be 150 edru babia ne badru 95 edru babia na ko 120 na be tetem na natural hina dan be so na sorry afi de anche na papa bi kokodurufuo ai friend na adodan kwakufu ado odi be hwim free education no nam ka shenyame animunyam se kira senior high year 2155 Nanado Ghana Madanasi Bebe Frebibi social intervention Nyamai 1D 1F planting for food and jobs.
Bedwasin so Nsama waka afama ba na adwuma ye free SHS the party for food and jobs, one district, one factory na say Nema ban for so amamfo bidase papa and a teacher infrastructure for schools. Na bus na kufo de ma mo na and say mo America kra me so me the bus we bra mo school. Ekwana e walk town road and now kan wasem no. Eka road na ye Sha town roads no. Eka ho the kwan bia so no so. Sunyani Teaching Hospital, and the Mikawo Sunyani, say a chassis, and Menu, and Minister for Education, who she shared now. Nancy, it be very true, no beer to me who acquire in the Faso and the teaching hospital.
These are before. These are the roads look like when it started. And we have fixed this culvert with a 1,008. It's on the road. And then this is clearing. And we have this concrete work being done. That's the culvert which is being done. And it's still on the work. We're working on the concrete works. So it's likely to complete within.
So what is the percentage so far of the work?
The percentage so far is about 10%. 10%.
We're so sure that
yes,
you 18 months.
Yes. We have 1 year to go now.
Reduced to the barest minimum, if not eradicated. Your Excellency, I wish to use this opportunity to further make a passionate appeal to you to consider my traditional area as a matter of urgency in respect of providing district hospitals for those districts without any. Providing district hospitals for those districts without any. These are Binduri, Pusiga, Boku, Garu, and Tempani. This request, if granted, will relieve my people of the numerous health challenges facing us. Sir, I wish to equally appeal to your government to continue to extend electricity to most part of my traditional area. Most of the districts need extension of electricity. That will keep the youth in their areas to prevent drifting to the urban areas. This will also create jobs in the rural areas for them. We have made repeated calls for government to consider splitting the Boku West district and constituency into two because of its vast land size and population. We are yet to see the light at the end of the tunnel during the tenure of your office. This will go a long way to bridge the desired effect. While this is pending, we also see the need for the Boko Central constituency to be split into two for its huge population, leading to the creation of a region in the not too distant future. Mr. President, I want to take that one once more. We will go a long way, sorry. Whilst this is pending, we also see the need for the Boku Central constituency to be split into two for its huge population, leading to the creation of a new region in the not too distant future for the eastern corner of the Upper East region. Not too distant future. We qualify for a region in most respects by population, resources, infrastructure, among others. We hope all these requests will be given the needed attention they deserve. I'll be faster, please. We would be grateful if you could make the Binduri Community Day Senior School a boarding school to help curb the incidence of pregnancies among girls who, for lack of accommodation, are living in local houses and thus exposed to premature sexual activities with irresponsible men. Mr. President, I come from Binduri. That is a fact, a serious fact. Similarly, I am up time now. This will increase the enrollment of our children, especially the girl child, in the free senior high school program. With the autonomy granted to the Navrongo campus of the University for Development Studies, the Transitional Council will soon be collaborating in the best possible way with the university to explore the feasibility of requesting for a satellite campus at the Manga Research Center that will focus on agriculture, especially livestock production, which appears favorable to us. This will make the university education easily accessible to this part of the region. We hope that in future, if this becomes a request to your office, you would give us the nod. Your Excellency, it is quite frustrating that are Dagare, Kasim, and Dagbani. These are also taught in the training colleges of education, the Bewa College of Education, Pusiga. Meanwhile, The Kusal language is a course at the University of Winnipeg, where students graduate with BA in Kusal, after which they are apparently made redundant. Consequently, people do not write any Ghanaian language in their final examination because the approved ones are alien to them. We are thus appealing to the Minister of Education through your high office to consider making Kusal language examinable. On the issue of COVID-19 in my traditional area, Mr. President, as far back as 17th March 2020, I organized a press statement in my palace on the role of chiefs in Kusal in relation to the pandemic. The expected protocols are adhered to so far as the chiefs and people are concerned. Your Excellency, let me once again inform you that Ghanaians appreciate your laudable policy initiative generally, and particularly the Kusal traditional area. For instance, the Green Ghana initiative you launched this year. In my traditional area, the event was organized by the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources through the Forestry Commission in the district. I was humbly requested to be part of this, which saw me chairing the program on 11th June 2021 at the Municipal Assembly. I made a passionate appeal to all citizens of Kusal to join hands with government to make this program succeed. The highlights of the address for the occasion include environmental stakeholders like the Forestry Commission and NGOs to ensure appropriate responses to the climate change. I appeal that the local radio stations should use local languages to educate the general public to plant trees to combat environmental degradation. The MMDAs to initiate bylaws to commemorate the birth of children and death of distinguished personalities within their communities, bylaws. On my traditional area, my traditional council members have been facing transport challenges to attend to their programs. On behalf of the council, I wish to appeal to the president to support them with a bus to facilitate their activities. On this note, I warmly welcome you to my traditional area generally and my palace in particular, and wish you a successful tour of the region and a safe journey back to Accra. May the ensuing 4 more years, bring us phenomenal development and growth of our great nations. Thank you.
Mr. President,
time na yelsiya KMT do you ma anasumana ka excellency do dan ko wado ko ke kwalwa no ye mana abok now ka bok na nam kayi halwana bok na nam la kwa anayi nam ne ko ne yumpi na sin da kamana ka gwandan kwembe be ni gwandan zama gwandan silo be na ye gwandan kaman bo dele nam la ka anayi ne na ba ku o ma no ko kana abdu ko mal ko ne yumpi na sin da kama ka gwandan ko zinya din na mala sama de votu la pogun do me na nam ko to ayi ngatenga ko so ommenga hin ko ni yel bor be ko bangeli odel tilla ba priyo nora kaba dino nor le kanu mana denga bor nchaka o bangeli onde ken yel sil kwela ba kwensar ke na na yi be bok ye nam ne gwandan na me ko be ka gwandan lembe hala ka pya yal kwet den so MVP vote ke ta yel ko sagwa so mba betu alena abon da so yel on ko suma ka so apare so on posa
Mr. President and his entourage, I just want to translate the last part of the chief's concern. What I got, the detail from him is that 4 years ago, you paid him a visit in this traditional area, and this is his palace. And you didn't miss your words. You told him that he is the Zugran, he is the paramount chief of Boku today and tomorrow, and you recognize him as the only chief of the traditional area. He has since accepted that, and he has been working with that. However, there are other chiefs, and the chief died about some 34 years ago, and you have one of the personalities who has assumed the regency, and each time he says he's a regent. And from Bokunaba, you don't have a sitting chief, and you equally have a regent. So that is his concern. And these things, when they come up, it kind of frightens our people, and people really do not want to come out and do the need. For example, joining the party. You know, earlier on he mentioned that even though he didn't mention names, but he said there were some people who were obstructing. So if we don't have peace in the area, and we are thinking more than one way, finally people will think that, let me cling to this side. Other people say, let me cling to this side. But if they think that everything is uniform, everything is normal, what do I fear? That's the lesson that he wants to. Thank you.
Mr. President, I want to create your indulgence to introduce some other party officers that are part of your entourage. The Honorable Regional Minister did a very good job, introduced the high power delegation, but there are other appointees equally from this zone, and it's important that we introduce them to the Bokunaba. With your permission, I proceed to do that one shortly. Mbelem abana te Lina Minister Diola o no kwam tetara bane dole president yi ankara kena ama nisi o mebe abi kamebe president government la pogon cardinali fo bangaba ba pujo wonna mi shaka 5 minutes naka ka fo bangaba te na sengne Madam Rufatanga let's see you under our deputy CEO Free Zones Authority. To memoriate the sister Nadia Adongo, Ome Ane, Otome President Office, the Mori Mr. Imawal Asigri, under Ane, former CEO, NASA Youth Authority, on Bekola. The Mori Mr. Thomas Alonzi, Honor Director General Maritime Authority, Mr. Alonzi, let's see you. The Mori to former Upper East Regional Minister Al Hassan Samari, Omebe Kola, the Katinyev. The memor, Ome the Upper East Regional Minister, yes, Honorable Roxanne Bukari, Omebe Kola. The more Tempan Bikuing, on former MP for Tempan, the Canada Deputy Attorney General Minister of Justice, Honorable Joseph Dendio Kwanka Temenyev, Bekola. The Diayinia, the more Bikuing, ka Bone Deputy Chief of Staff, on your Mr. Fawaz Aliyu, on to President Officer of Bekola. Hanan Namusaba introduced Suba. And I call him. Oh, Hanan has been introduced already. Abdul Hanan Wahab Poane for big on RCU Bafa Stock Hanan Tenyef. The Unkalme this number. Ama before coming this number, none of Kumpurba, Madam Gabiana Ganwa Obekola. Madam said to Yef, aha, Dum Katinef. One Namia Shak, Madam Gabiana, on our general manager, Ghana Produce Company by Limited, Senate Division, position Kanaka Kufa, Nana Kufa Rotesola. Yano Konipan, so Makamame Parliament, man for young, Mayula Alaji Bashir Ibrahim, Deputy CEO, Youth Employment Agency. Then young, and this number. This is bane kabuna keteka this na bampina nula wosa bawosa bekola. So let me acknowledge the presence of all the MMDCs. Ya bekola, let's acknowledge you so that Bokunaba will see you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Oh, Honorable Adongo Fusheni is here, former MP for Boku West and also Deputy Minister for the Upper East region. So at this juncture, with all humility, Your Excellency, you are humbly invited to deliver your speech. Thank you very much.
Are you going to translate? Are you going to translate? So, where's your... You're going to do it? Not select. Oh, that's up to you. Who should do it? You do it. Minister for Defense, Minister for the Interior, members of the President.
Yo oposeria bergo when I'm you cannot hear zinala. So naba na.
It is a great honor for me to be received in the palace of the Boku Zugran, Boku Naba, Asigli, Abugrago, Azoka II. And the chiefs.
Naba Zugran Asigri Aburago Azoka II. Ne for Queen for Puananam. Inama dio palazinala. Yopo siapam.
Zugran, as you know, in my first term, every year I visited the regions of the country.
Yes, Zugran from me or 4 years Kurakenala from 2017 la. Oda Ken region nam wosa na.
This is my second term, and the Upper East region is the first region I'm visiting as such.
Ye when I'm sung ya nengala God ya da voted to so in I'm voted to Islam Upper East region na bokpala and first
the radio station that I visited earlier, my first formal engagement is to come here to the palace of the Zugran, Bokunaba, Azoka II.
Mampondenge ya linsiela ye unam sung ka batiso presidency no mayingala ye pala a lokan ku sing it yo tomotoma boxurum kala Zugran from palace ni.
Now, thank you very much for the very warm welcome and the strong words of commendation that you have given me and the members of my government.
Yo posia pam na ina medio awa tu la yo posia pam na pia kan ke ya pia ntiso kare anaye o government ma
peace in the area.
Ye de malo supam fanye die tibekwala kapazaba taba kabene tabala ye de malo subergo.
That it is the work of the Boku Interethnic Peace Committee.
Na committee kana tomed katowosa last taba nzi tutua kapazaba tabala yo poso
and the security agency, the absence of transport, we will solve it.
Ye Bunkane na zi ni diba gili kabatumba tumala kafiele bakala yewuna miyaso nguna unaka kabapamle.
So very soon, the car you want for the committee, it'll be delivered to you.
When minusa ye loka kabatumba tuma.
We have to do everything possible to maintain the peace and security of the area.
Ye den kuna mal ka tiku zaptaba bokpalala yewuna miyaso nguna opangela una malale.
I came also to thank you and the people of the Upper East for your support for my party and myself during the last 2020 presidential and parliamentary election.
Yo kenena men, yo kena posof, ne bunkan kiada amale tiso 2020 elections la na Upper East wosa. So maki abanye opiade mtiz Upper East wosa, ama obene pela mpiade tit Upper East wosa.
Just as you speak frankly to me, I have to speak frankly to you as well.
Ye sit kan ka futitula alano ko me borotis of sirala.
And I have to say to you that I was very disappointed in the results of the election in the Upper East region.
Ye de da pomalaso vote la da kengla onda zin ka pomalaso vote kan ko pam kusa kwalala de pomalaso kuye yel sirala zina.
Especially when you consider the work that we have done in this region.
If ya gostum kan ko batum kara Upper East kwala na kusa kwala ne vote kan ko pam la ye de pomalaso ususa mebergo.
Whatever the case, at least we have one seat in the case of the MP.
Apa bok pelena ko kusa pelena oko Kasbergo di bigse opam niri ra kon ka futisi niri ra kon ama niri ra kon la bwa de sira plum de pomal
Put in place since 2017 the free senior high school, planting for food and jobs, one village, one dam, the one district, one warehouse are all being well.
Katibisa kenenem ye ongosa de Malaysia kade Malaysia la bo on bigise inam ko tom ka on pam vote.
And that particularly
la den katapianda wusa nidiba pam de nyot.
So that all the 5 senior high school in the Kusao traditional area are benefiting from this policy.
If ya gosina sakuna mbanebe kusa palaka a sakuna me anula wusala ba wusa pam on piatila nyot kusa pogum kwala.
The Boku Senior High School, Boku Senior High Technical School, Boku Technical Institute, the Timpani Senior High Technical School, and the Zebila Senior High Technical School are the 5 schools in the Kusao area.
Ada anu de wusa banye nyot piakan ko piada on government kana masila.
Extended to prevent more teenage pregnancies. I've heard it.
Na yela kerka ba pen dap ka ba tete ba posa ye owomya we ya lebna ona tomo de tomatisov karmalsov.
So in the same way too, the community day schools that have not been completed across the country, they are all being systematically completed, and I have no doubt the turn of the ones here will also come very soon.
Yesa kuban ka banam panala wosala de be putaren ka be osufun ye bana male ba wosa so bambe na mala bo palamene na ba ya pa kwa na bana masa kubanda me batutu mala ba ke bisa yange king sakura.
The Planting for Food and Jobs program is something that has been going on very well here.
Ye planting for food la den ka ba artist fertilizer kat mo manet lada ye ongosa da atutua tum tutua tete box olonkwala.
And very soon the distribution of this year's fertilizers will begin.
If fertilizer la singi kenna
targeted 47,761 farmers under the Planting for Food and Jobs program. In the end, we registered 66,000.
Nimban kabada body batum tuma boku solom kwala koko sax kwala somla fia gosnai nidib kobuba mbe nakaba man tomala ka na songoba donna.
So Bokonaba, you can see how seriously the program is unfolding. And on top of it too, the 6 warehouses in the Kusao traditional area that are being constructed, they are 80% complete. All 6 warehouses that were complete in order to strengthen the
na sara bu ni warehouse and adopt tara kaba made knock it lada ni dinna if ya gos na kusa sulun kwala ba more anu kaba be na ma
be complete,
yede ku yuga bana na de wosa
which will enable the farmers to be able to store their produce.
kare na song ka parba nyange ndigene ba de ka diba ko sam
And safeguard their incomes.
Kaba yange med yis nkos mpam ligidi kare ko de ba diba mkosam.
And in order also for us now to be engaged in all year round farming, over 40 dams have been built in the Kusao traditional area as part of the One Dam, One Village.
Fon zugra kaba yange de mane mpam debe ndid ke kusit ba me gote ba bisa fees.
And in the same way, under the one district, one factory policy, we are going to establish very soon a guinea fowl processing factory here in Boku.
Ye din kababonye one district, one factory. La factory na malokan kabanyanga tumtuma kabis nok bees kabanyanga ngosa. Ye bon beba mala pini bon kadebe boxung pala kadibisa yange beba gule pini kabisa yange kabanok bisa kabanyanga tumde tuma. So mtisi ya nangwe nugu tis president.
And I'm so happy to hear the commitment you have made to stop the smuggling of fertilizer from the area. It's a very important commitment, and I applaud you very much for it.
Yeah, the malaso buguloma kaba enzi de ken Burkina Faso ken kusida. The malaso ye fuma gote de yela kanidi
Thing is not 100% the best, but it is improving, and I'm happy to see that the Bolga, Boko, Pulmako road is now 80% complete, and very soon it will be 100%.
If me I go so na sure like obekwa man na fuzinginda ba man ya batis bergo ka contractors na be natum fi agos bon bolga ne bokpala ne Pulmako boka bogbunda ne bolga na bogbunda baba na de koleme bridges na makabana mal so din ne wosa ane bon kan ko yo mal na
Bokonaba, the NDC for whom you vote, they never did that road. I've come and I've done the road for you.
Bokonaba, ye mkaka de yellow. Mkaka for bang ye for me ye on papa on pianda we ye let the pomalso on susu for malsa. Ama gosum shokan komale tis kosa. Ama tinam tisne MP da koma. Ke ampina mi yobo. Katisra koma. So 2024 la naba. Say for Gos,
I know how dear the road is to your heart, and that is why I said to you that in my time I will complete that road. I'm almost there.
Ye umi onda ken pela fraka so that the sure ko yela fie ona ma sure men de kwal me fi ko na sure de on kwal me fon na ma sie le yontis party la ne on president.
In the same way too, the Boku Principal Road, Street, as well as the bypass, the Boku Highways bypass, are also going to start very, very soon.
Ye so kan ke yet ye tina dollars wana kabara nok lot tarala dollars tempo gunda babe na ye ediku yuge na sing so kan na malog man kan atutu atis boko.
Because I hear the consultant has begun the stakeholder engagements which will end very soon. That will pave the way. I want everybody to cooperate with the work that is going to be done to enable these developments to take place.
Yo wum yanaba ka fielo funa na maka bagos ntis parola ka banyanga ma suela ke suela atutua ntiste.
The Agenda 111, which is the initiative of my government to provide every district in the country that does not have a district hospital, includes the districts here in the Upper East region, especially those in the Kusao area that do not have hospitals. They are part of Agenda 111, which has begun in some part of the countries and very soon will also begin over here.
Yeba bon siel kar ane Agenda 111 de ane bunkan ka on government la board o me sibitinam district na mawusa fon me mole district na ma ayobo so on gota wona me asongnai fon me na pam district sibiti nama kaba mai ba kusa akwala metezo kati business te manam net wosa ya ben de na kati yange ken kaba gosete
and which will also be you be
abeno putenre ne ona ke kaba tebugu mawusa ken tensa wosa kasobia pam bugum.
I'm very happy about the way in which the COVID-19 menace has been dealt with here in the Upper East, and I know that a lot of the credit for that is due to you and to your chief.
Ye onzi ye why fone sungba ka wim covid la ka box ulonkola zeka for moya yele fona na makaba me yele bani dibaka timore max nam ne PhD to nu se ka gosse karakena yo bele me ye for kwam yele na namba kaba mo ka the god.
And I want to thank you very much for your help and cooperation on that matter.
Yo pos ya pam ne tum kan ko sungo de ne yele la.
It's difficult at the moment to be sure exactly when we will get sufficient vaccines to commence our program of vaccinating everybody in Ghana. But very soon that program will also begin and people here in the Upper East will not be left out of that.
Ye team kan kawamono kusilete kafuye fuku ben ela ye obey na mod ne ona mal sensiem kada ale ka de zoe ka tinam zingin pala tinam mepa nyange kusitemen ka wim la ya kenaba de kunyangete yo be na more de yala.
I was very happy to hear that you yourself chaired and were a principal figure at the launching of the Green Ghana initiative. All the traditional rulers, they should follow your example. It's an excellent example.
Ye de malaso pam banda ye babote sa foneda a fonda de malaso pam ye funyange fonyanga mal de na kan atutu atesula.
And your demand that the municipal and district assemblies should enact bylaws to deal with climate change is something that I will take up. I think it's a very good suggestion, and I'm very, very happy to hear you make this proposal. But we'll take it up and make sure it becomes real.
Yena ba fosir anana atitar for potera ka for yellow ye funaka for district assembly de manok ngos ka ti saka ba said dakar atutuela ye de mal so pam de ana poten song so poten kan ka futisula ona nakotom kan atutu ateste.
The proximity of your region to Burkina Faso makes it an obvious potential target for these murderers and criminals who want to destabilize and terrorize our lives in Ghana.
Yede anasida if ya goso for Soloma wosa for Soloma na Burkina Faso ne Togo la piene ka ya goso na nimbambe Togo kabambe Burkina kabambe kwala dinda kete ke nidi bane ku nidi ba kena be kwala fompiala ona nokole kada ayel tetal ko goso de yala ntomo de yala teste.
Bokonaba, you're aware of the measures that the government is taking to strengthen the security agencies here and protect us from terrorist attacks.
Me on tumsia ka nidi ba ku yange kwena nkena nsam Ghana teste.
And I'm happy to inform you that a permanent barracks is going to be established here in this area to be able to address the issue of terrorism.
If me ye fona ponte so palo ka te barracks la be bazuela na la de ko aye barracks ba patete ne kere waya de an yo kene ke soja na mabekwala sinfa nyanga gos tum kanatum.
I've heard your request for the division of Boku West and Boku Central, and even the possible creation of a region for the Kusao Kingdom. That you want to be on top of the Kusao Kingdom here.
Ye umeng mi for ye ba puruk Boku Central ka puruk Boku West ka tia puruk de nanai ye timetis mo region. Young goes for body for palm, Kusao got Temu Glausa, Karan region. So on a go
all
the
of
yela.
these things. These are all things that I'll be considering, and you will hear from me.
Yeah, on a tense na wosa. We are kulubisina on a tense the yela for na wom on a tense ka zup ka piaka na kenana on a kaka for wom.
I'm going to the one thing I want to do before I leave office in 2025 is to work with you to make sure that we remove all obstacles towards the embrace of the Kusasis for the new patriotic party.
Now, from pianda for pa yele Kusas board pen party la ama bunsi wa be na mpokat ka Kusasa kwenda. We on meng president meng. Obode fon on tum tumala gos bunka na be na pianga de ka Kusasa kwenda kati yisele ka Kusasa yanga kwen MPP ni.
And I want to repeat what I said to you when I first came into office. When I came here in 2017, I said it and I want to repeat it today. There is only one Bokunaba in the area.
Yakon news to chuane. Ye oboro yelle 2017 under pa wunam da tisi kotiso na namba on kena yele fe ye fon anab box sulon fon fo konkon anab zina oye yelle yas ye fon boknab ko on me fon afna
I've not changed my mind. Where I stand, that is where I am today.
Ye opotaka opotenre under belosiela anina ko kwenzie.
And we will make sure that everybody in the area recognizes that and accepts it.
You know, gos ka law la diglosiela ka manoko digel ka so wosa banye fon a bok zuguran.
So that it will be my parting present as I go away, that the Kusao traditional area and Zugran, Bokunaba, Asigri, Abugrago, Azoka II, has put his arms around me, and MPP is now the dominant political party in the Upper East and in the Kusao area.
Ye obodie fon on tum tumala ka malis ka fon nab ne on ka yange gos ka onya te kai ko kwine o lenka president wo ka babanye on sansa ka Kusas ne MPP yo ayenne.
So once again, I want to thank you and your elders, the Queen Mothers, the subjects, for opening the doors of the palace to me and my delegation, and from the very warm reception that we have had here. May God bless you and the people of the Kusao area.
Ye oposia pam ne ina mudio ko kena nzien kwala pia kan ko pia to ka ina medio awa tula e fonne fona nam wosa ne fo poanam nam wosa yo posia pam
Ekosi saying on Asempa FM.
In the throne, set Mamma Meniswa Trembepo, a hina memoa efi beba, memoa efre rade, the obosoro ne asase. I don't know Yamunia Kwaba, Ekosi saying Sony on a Tuesday afternoon, 30 minutes after 2, live on Asempa 94.7 FM. And in the day, the Kanya will do a feed to high Mamunia Kwaba. This is Ghana's biggest and the most authoritative political, social, current affairs talk show, Ekosi saying live on Asempa 94.7 FM. All talk all day. We are live from our national studios 355 Fanofa Street in Kokomlemle, Accra. Medidio say bonsu, Mejina team Nina Nemu, Eddie Akwaba Shonko, Amamunina. And that team is made up of Dominic Isiabo, the lead producer of this show, and he's ably supported by Nana Chumberema, Nana Kwadade Urenchi, Jackson Intiamwa, and Eric Opare, baby na friend DJ Yayo, and I feel Queen Star in Japan, and they make up the team behind Ekosi Say, and I'm privileged to speak on their behalf. Yeah, the Nasson Koma Munina, Ebia, and the day the Kaya won't so do a fidie at Toha. If he's some copy himself on Sianefa Ebebo, and Chafa, say the Ekosi saying Ebremo. The Eko tree eba Bremai, Ebusa same tiawa, Ekosi saying. Medidio say bonsu, Fremi Obi. And I want you to get into that groove and be expectant to want to receive from the throne of grace, from the Most High God. And I would want to pray with you. And to be in that expectant mood. Na as we begin another show, another day, a Tuesday afternoon, the 7th day of May 2019. You know, as Samuel carried the oil that made David king and did not lose his direction until he found David, God will order somebody who is carrying your breakthrough to locate you today in the mighty name of Jesus. And today, God shall be there for you at every point of your need. The blessings of God shall not pass you by. His glory shall surely manifest in your life. May those who stand on your progress stumble and fall. And may all the curses from your enemies be turned into blessings in the name of Jesus. Let me get an amen to this one. God shall be there for you at every point of your need. The blessings of God shall not pass you by. And that's very powerful. The blessings of God shall not pass you by. His glory shall surely manifest in your life. May those who stand on your progress stumble and fall. And may all the curses from your enemies be turned into blessings. In the name of Jesus. Say amen to this one. Enti sum fagidie sum yoma beko yama 30 minutes after some 32 minutes after 2 ekosi saying so ni and then some go apono so edoso na me de aseda edi kan ebema ye na boafo enti feco spray starch MoneyGram African Queen Mackerel, there was CB Men and Women Capsules, Omobuaya Papa, Echelon Engineering Limited, Sasso Insecticide Spray and Coil, Kojak Pharmacy Limited, Roma Insecticide Spray, and a Franco Trading Enterprise. What's the phone, Papa Fie? And we are live on Facebook, more Facebook, and just search for Asempa 94.7 FM on Facebook. Now, also for comment, a go bit much live streaming, and so Francophones are that Romania, the live streaming, no Ebram on Facebook or Twitter. Follow our live tweet handle there at Asempa 947. More Instagram. You can follow us as well on Instagram, Asempa 94.7 FM, or a message be our say a kind Emma wa. Your WhatsApp line is 0546 382 287 0546 382 287. That's our WhatsApp line. And to keep the messages coming through, and I'll share your thoughts with the rest of the world. The show is live on the World Wide Web, myjoyonline.com and adomonline.com. Thanks for joining us and good afternoon.
Ekusi saying on Asempa FM.
Enti yɛde me here some segment no ɛbɛbrɛ mo ɛnkyɛ yɛwia ɛnɛ yɛwɔ exclusive one-on-one interview ɛnra me hyɛ mɔbɔ sɛ ɛnɛ yɛwɔ big interview bi a yɛde ɛbɛbrɛ mo. We'll be speaking to the minister in charge of trade and industry, Honorable Alan Kojo Tremantin. He's our guest on Ekosi saying area inti. Honorable Alan Tremantin wa beka yensa e studio ha. O question bia e de mano. All the flagship projects under his ministry, including the One District, One Factory, Emun Sensem saying akwa kosi trade in Ghana, oba ye retail trade industry sector saying anyoma eko efa ye dwedie ho e wo man yi emu. Ene yene Honorable Alan Kojo Tremantin ebedi san komo no ene chane nso mayen ba wonim se Standard Chartered Bank share ama the digital banking person yoma very simple edema into wonim se technology nti ene nyoma na wo beye bibia with your bank was say utu anamo free office eco bank san yoma ni etwam enti ene Standard Chartered Bank at the banking to another level. And how well is Standard Chartered using technology to solve or banking problems or into a customer of Standard Chartered Bank. Ebia what drain who's also could be a bank account. Listen to why you would have to do business with Standard Chartered Bank. And you benya won penny for studio ha near Timmy anyone at the income. Some of the innovative products on Modiaba to make banking very, very easy for you. Na it's all part of this complete package. But most importantly, celebrated your friend World Press Freedom Day. But amongst other things, Nyoma bi eba up media freedom in Ghana seems to be under serious threat. Ebia kasa it is somehow through the actions or inactions of government. Into no crepe and me say what I mean story I make it round say our own Manasseh Azuri Awene and Tata Manphobia Tata no after the documentary Militia in the Heart of the City eba up and all of that in Sema Abubo eba Nansayemu what EIB correspondent to Wapa East region and in Samoa Atono. Even before these two issues, no, na Yehu Ahmed Swale die, Yehu dia tu ya yenuya ba wa Dom FM Ohima Sechiwa and a host of other examples. Of course, in recent times, no, okay, you stand and cry on the World Press Freedom Index. You drop it from first to be third in Africa and in the world in Swababeda by 27th. Inti, all really is not well, but government role our play in Sadie and we would want to ask some of those critical questions. Now, ya share why and for government, no, nyoma ben was say omo ya omo nye. And what are the things they've done over the last few months, years? Idea baby drew baby yedui. And we will be speaking to the information minister in a moment. Na yetumi Edin Komo and Obekaya babe told ya say even the national security minister play a role and yenya ticket any safe passage. Edema Manasseh Azuri Awini Emma Ofri Ghana ha it mean any extra another country for safety for no one safety any ade akwakoye nsem bebre entiende ye be call sansem nem etimi Edin Komo ye say o adwenkyira unso betimi de adwenkyira brand 0546 382 287. The last time any honorable Kojo upon Kroma Edin Komo was on that very day, the World Press Freedom Day. On a Kasai from Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, na a statement around the ministry issue say omo beshe a creative media capacity building fund be a and a mechanism to safeguard journalists any in safety and all of that. And I'm signing in Komobio na yenti after some common in Sembebrina na Abubaba on Abuko Jopon Kromakwa Kosi saying Sony.
Obi me that's you net saying.
Yamiado me hoya panam patons where.
Yamiado me hoya mamincha with T4 Nina as well.
A tier 4 edge also as a government, and of course the MPP largely are considered say moye party moye media friendly when in government moye neoma be in 2001 repealing the criminal libel and all of that. Ain't Mekai article even Professor Jampo Etroye, and he was at pains the air courses here in our country. Saying as a government moje the air course kojo.
Say you can't the air course I was say specify kakra because you were say fact na bi o ha BBS ye nyina ye nim yetu ho na monkra bi o ha obi kase BBS ye nyina kra mpo ye hu ye ntie ba wo se apoto ni na egum na se be yaka echim obi ti amanone o mo yes rankings o ti amanone no titi sansem ni na o se okay Ghana ranking no kra ye ntisu mienu ana miensa benti before I bet you bet to me aye bibia na o se etumi hu se dia ye koso ni nti e bia ye nko no specific.
Okay, in the specifics maybe
yeah, go ahead.
So yeah, shall say is government aware say at a point maybe last 2 months after the airing of militia in the heart of the city documentary, you know, our own Manas Azuri Awini had to leave this country for no any safety. Abaya aware say bibi sa akoso.
Mpachon sana melebe man obi temi pa.
Meteo.
So what can say after Minia Manase documentary, he had to leave the country for his safety, and is government aware? Mekacho say no. Ubisa question is Mekacho say no.
Okay.
In fact, Manase last 2 weeks or so, Meneno Shia or National Media Commission, Abra call Yasame Wa Yedi Hua Bobo Kakra, Menini Shia, Yichi Hodi, Comonia, the no Kenan Samson, any Pennyfu Fumicha, and Adenina by one Kadibia or Jose, he had to leave the country because of his safety. That was as last 2 weeks ago, I mean, Shia or NMC. And Okrese Beye a month ago, or no one kasa Emma Mamin can say Abain Asote say Ubia threatened an international security minister ADNM arrangement say yeah signing of protection because the safety of journalists a key MIA as a buy in your mind. Press freedom of expression, safety of journalists a key mind. Tiabrebia and I was say making sure say simple yeni century ni bi nyadwen ana say obi any century ni bi nyadwen obi wo minimum pobi wo nedjuma wa ye ho a eni say do threats ana violence ana say even there to yenia amedi eni say ekosa nti abra o ma ya so tie no system no through the national security minister and making sure say he providing with police protection. Indeed me brief me wo eni say your man kwan kra mo no ankasa selective police persons or you're comfortable with and you assign you say because ochina say bibi kotona bi obi beka say na dwuma ye yinti na yare hwe ma say bibi akwakoto and ya dey aban no taking it very seriously. Indeed my menda agree say kakra owura adeti ono so o say oye story bibi ye nkofo ekọ ni fie e wo ho no me ankasa last week Friday me ni share the management of EIB network Asia. I'm saying no crampo, me sign you Asia on the sidelines of a program. So apart from basic protection, their police force also mo ye ma sisi to me echo back to the fee ni ade no yen hwe ni ntu ho anamo. Enti eyade hia o man no hia ban na yetu ho anamo. Now after you provide this as security no no actually incommodium ena for example me dia mwankasa mumpenifo ni bi wo multimedia catcher me so oko South Africa oko akokuli of South Africa enu ati no And I'm say Professor Kakari from Media Foundation for West Africa. I'm so call a program or baby or nowhere trim say I'm say no was so journey for the safety in Kikaone there. I say me if it is time Professor Kakari can and pay my friend one penny for any be say. I was say multimedia because I simply why you can't to a bonting obi ate or the nam. Ye can you beat your brochure wate watrato multimedia. So a yampa na minti se multimedia officially akasa. The amateni say Manasseh lawyer ena a confirm first part na say obi threatened the National Security Minister man police protection, which is true, a fact that you are part of it. Indeed, last week, say you provided security to some journalists, but me moboti. Okay.
Yes, I remember.
Yes, that was what I was referring to.
Okay.
Until you aware of it. She says a new dimension. I bear two parts. Two parts, and one part to say multimedia as a station, and there was a modeno ekote ewa brochiri. Mitieti emusu a multimedia for also say a media foundation for West Africa NGO for be and almost say or modeno eko abrochiri. But me na yen kemfo ano e was say clear on the ekoso na say bambo bia na say bibi wo wa ye de boa ye nuanom centrefo nyina ya ye emanate na ne na so. Enti we continue to be committed. There was a buying and no yedikan aye you're providing with police protection. Nenya dia ye de babe to abontia babe kano any more details near there. And we continue to work to ensure say Central for work for my freely. And I think say generally Central for be obia yen ejuma with the freedoms and that are associated with it.
And to clarify a few issues. Number one, and it's a buying was informed. In this case, by Manasseh and Kasa say we receive threats be near there. Arrangement in your police protection at the man.
No correct.
But Abai was not aware, say subsequent to providing our police protection, no Manasseh at a point had to leave this country. And they are buying aware.
Yeah, aware say he traveled abroad. But at the time of travel, and even as at last 2 weeks, when Miankasa Minister or NMC,
yes,
Obiam Beka said he traveled abroad because of threats on his life. In fact, the impression we were all given earlier, is yes, Okukuli off outside. Then me didn't come out like general. It never came up, but.
But Professor Kakari, Professor Kakari, as a person, a huge personality in the communication space and all of that journalism space, and would you think, say Oninyina Swobia and Kobeba out on that platform to make the claims he made? Say Manasseh Ifriha.
I've not even disputed or argued with Professor Kakari as a Mokai. I mean, first of all, I'm saying no, on the Media Foundation for West Africa platform. Indeed, my information is that Omo and now me associated with Manasseh according to a
okay.
So whatever details is privy to, no, me say I'm not privy to those details. But the Americans soon say there was a buying here when anything is brought to our attention, and if there's any specific information, I mean, say Omobema. Abayin Akatia in charge of all of this already. You know more here, Juma, to ensure, say, even though we disagreed with our interpretation of the two, ADSC or Christian Bockastle, we disagree with that interpretation, and Yakoya Nim at the home petition, NMC, even though we disagree. Your responsibility is to make sure, say, we are safe. And we're living up to that responsibility.
As a surprise to governments, if indeed now it was a Manasseh free Ghana because of threat on his life, would that come as a surprise to you?
What will be a surprise? Police protection, and I'm making sure, say, even though we have a disagreement, Ubambo will be protected, What will be a surprise to add is before Frokosua, Oma Ebiobi Asonte. And then after the fact, later, this is about even 2 weeks after the fact, then we now come up with a new way, say, according to Nukrane, because of that fact. Because it creates an impression, say, even the security provided any mechanisms are equal to Nadine, were probably not enough or whatever. But if it wasn't enough or something, I think I'm going to be better draw your attention to it. And day in and day out, the multimedia and penny voting, come on, phone, back and forth, and there. So if there's something substantial, you did this on the mass. But the most important thing is that I will say, and I want to make this clear, say, we should not become a society, uni century nyadria, escalate could do issues of even intimidation and violence. And no can be a coordinated mechanism for the safety of journalists. And no, for me, it's the big picture. In terms of the nuances, what are the facts? Maybe na may distinguish a choice. Be will be can as to whether a fact in and at this point in time. You know, Babos are canning album at the and all of that goes to affect your ranking, your standing. Into what we have to do, we are doing that. You have also provided the necessary safeties for Central for yet more chroma say, and you also put out the word say, Yankase untumini Central in Yadrin. In fact, we are in a democracy. We encourage say me as some make us as Minister of State. So be name in Yadrin. You are also probably will get on your show and also be expressed baby on one Yadrin. And then talk a Yadrin, a Dudwa drink to member. Saso na wo obi woti ho ye adwuma se wadwuma na wo ye no obi sususu se wo ho nsusunye bi a ono also has the right so obeka se we ono onya adwen wo even though we are central, of course your work can also be questioned and criticized. That is what we do in a democracy. And while people are entitled to disagree or to criticize, it should not get to the point where for life ni adie be threatened, and the state will do whatever needs to be done to ensure say you be protect the essential for ejuma e Ghana memo hase.
Would you say personally as information ministers we are disappointed because it seems there is an impression building up, if already some building here, say your government is anti-free speech, anti-media freedom. Some time ago, people associated your party, the NPP, to the fact say, oh, mope media, say moma media need the free space to operate and all of that. But Siciano, Sadiano S, whether real or imagined. Am I disappointed, Kaka, personally?
No, it's something you would expect in a democracy. There will be various views in Tiano Cramput and your problem. But we introduce elements in a few minutes enka Yembo Bosso. Anti-free speech, anti-media freedom. Sanya wa kind. Saban bia bagana memo ha say ya. And as a political tradition bia, they bia ye encourage media proliferation, any expanding the frontiers of free speech. MPP abai. And now Danko Akufo-Addo be the Attorney General, our President Akufo President, and you repeal criminal libel law. Sabreno, na say who can't same bia libel or sa. Not only the civil side say the assembly defamatory say what come on. Nancy in tema NGO bi ko kan asem fa fa mamimbo din mani ko kan asem fa wura keki sapon ho egu ni ho fi. Nsem o mo kan ye no essentially na asem o mo patch ni say akoye say company ba ko friend of fuel trade are involved in the energy sector no. Wura keki sapon na nsa wumbi e no no ani o mo negotiate nti sebe obo mine kro no. That was the impression that statement created. And so if we actually omo say oman kan yi no de omo ye ne say omo twinsan tete na omanpani Adanko Akufo-Addo ema ye ni criminal libel nti hona and could be to me taking on under criminal libel crampo manka will be to me ko defiase because of sasem nekeke omanpani Adanko Akufo-Addo ema yi fi ho. That is not somebody who is anti-free speech. Right to information bill at that parliament almost 20 years into me pass here. Only omanpani oba na pempensu or share say mon pass na there's nothing to be afraid of.
On Npp
Enti say you can't buy for free speech and for media freedom, I genuinely believe say MPP abai. But free speech and media freedom does not mean so can semina utia obin to me kase dia ukan and weti. And I say bia any dream obi we century o can sema any so bia can be. That's not what free speech and media freedom means. In fact, do I think that na democracy na ye practicing and I make us say me kasa me bi over the other side only me nya adwen ono so to me kasa o kwadwo wakasa ne mo ma ha de me no nya adwen no so akere na asem na oka no ni nyina so de ayem pen say eba be ya tem didie eba be ye insinuations and name calling and now say be degenerating into violence. Well, studio that I try to say it degenerating there. We stop here. We come home later. We make sure say we apologize to each other. In this administration, MPP tradition, the government of Ghana, successive administrations, we are gradually pushing the frontiers of free speech and media freedom. But also, I will see a guy who say threats on journalists. And I say to trust a man of would be a central for no. If you are say a check, Minkai will be our few decades of Abbasing Kono. I mean, Ubekai or man will be there in for the Yanko territory office and kick out all sorts of issues. Into a idea, any new but a year unhealthy, and I was it to me Kutia. Said the Akoba, Bayer, Nancy Tem say. And what kind of reports near the Uncle Fokaina? They be almost a non-state actors. And yes, I buying any secretary and threatening journalists be an RBB. But there was a case, for example, I'm saying, Miami by if you have a report or baby, and for a year to my or more assaulting. Many are something crying and even court corporate compensation man. To both a non-state actors be brave, you be a private person who could cover an idea or baby. No matter what so just an intolerance at the media beyond uno more disagree intolerance ebe mo be a threaten obi a bibi no pena me team ni Felix Kwachifosu or say some time ago be o can say being for friend who feel threaten near there intolerance against the media no I will see to me share na ye nippon in the bad and no tin na yeso ye this coordinated mechanism no about no so that even we essential nippon na say Bibi touch him out with you where to quickly report and get the necessary kind of protection. And as I said, Centroni Diko Kase, ya threatening me, ya attacking me. There's a mechanism I bet to me approves the we are associated with the Juma Oye into a attack on journalists. And I say where they will be one out of Kakofo be now some anabos it has nothing to do with Central Jumano. Into yen kind Kahuno will be the Ababeti ranking so on the world platforms. And as to whether we be characterized as disappointing or as whatever idea, I would say in a democracy people have various views. They hear the fact. The fact is that there are a lot to push the frontiers of press freedom. The fact is that people are also challenging journalists for Nsema or more Canada or more. The fact is also that it be also still continue with our threats and sometimes violence against journalism. And the fact also is that as a state,
and one other fact, probably, under Mwabai and under your watch as information minister, you're ranking as number 1 in terms of press freedom index, you're TF number 1 in Africa, in the world, and so you're the above from. That cannot be a good statistics for you as information minister. And you'll be able to say, beyond, say, Kasano, for example, or more Sunday manassas are threatening text messages, or more Koko attack yenuya at the TFA, Upper East region, a day and a morning by to practically to get Sanko for and let them face the full rigors of the law.
First of all, the fact that you mentioned is the case. Your ranking, no so and so we follow reports in Nara or more so to say ranking, no. The dia kotinya me mwate pa ni yinya swali dia etono. And no remains a major dark blot on your records as of mine. Yenina yehwe nim say security apparatus no. betumi aye investigation no awie na ni police abone no ya che no ene mra ene nedi baby amasama make can say ban security issues are we are all responsible so we see provide information conform yes ade no nipa nimu mo Ghana ha say it cannot be so be for the nsego ne bo say ye nka bibia ankyere police ba police nkɔhwɛ ye wo nkɔfo okrum ha say your more information nti ye bɛkɔ so asre so mo make this information available to the security apparatus even whilst you push security apparatus and say omo Kenya omo investigations ne mu na say na say ntemo ye arrest ba ko mienu bi but say ni na nwie pay who show say yes or matter ada information o manya no de ye adwuma information ye wrong a on be mistake but ye show msapo munsu so mo konko mani no ntumi get to the bottom of that one enti as we continue to push say investigative and security agencies na nyomo de no at the same time so we be continue so asre the general public so information for mom na mom adwuma ni nwie pay baby also no so we say ye Kenya ye education ni mu ye mo bia atufu ye ni bo hunde rule say the journalism is not a crime central adwuma enye kronobo eye two parts part back on say ye se kohwa ade beka de akohu ye no wa beka ye tosu mienu no se we say ye mum pensempensi mu a wonu ma wasem no hu nimde no na from no ma ba be ye mum pensempensi mu ma se woni sentro ni no nya adwen a wo ho akwanya se wo so wo express se ade we ye no nya adwen wo ukohu wo ba ye no si bi ene no boebra ana se akomi nkyeremu uhu ba wo kyeremu no wo si A-1 wo so wo ho akwanya se wo kyere wadwen but ni se beye atemdidie ene ni se beye se afi ye kwa kobo bi ana se ye kwa kodi tutrasem sa education no e wo se ye to aso ne ye but utu ajamuafo no so na utu momonefo obi me ne ka say ye call National Media Commission and say me see wo dem ho nyina no wonte sa ban ni pe bia pa bonte aba beka and so ne central for the radio so say abana muntu a otu no useless baseless ema odesa ya ma odem ho nyina krampo no bunya central for a eba beto abonten ade na sikan ni fen inti wasa ye tu Ghana for say emfa wonsa nko ka central ni woni ne nyadwen a kere wadwen state utumi kire no krata wo utumi publish rejoinder dodo atincha membo no at the same time no so no ye ni nuanom so central for no so enkasa say ye sremonya ado say ye sise bibi say ye nyina ye de ye adwuma te say bia yakọ parade ye si obi amfa ha enye say wo no watie si say wo nam ba bi ye kan wo so wo ye central ni nti wafa wo ebema police ni bia na soja ni bia kwa akoma handle ni nyina enya asem say hey ya bo central ni bi say unim say wo kọ ba bi e wo say wo share atade bia ya tro press particularly in an active crowd say be a demonstration na bibia now so wahye na mana easier ma central ni bi say police news say dem bi hu so ampa we central ni tanchen ma yenko nti emra na sense say nyina ya hye say ye ni so no eno so ye be stress enuanom no so no omo so ni so man na madwuma na ye mre ama ye nyinara.
Okay, and for omo ebejina akase okay say maybe sa argument no eba about the was central for so ehwe eye na aboa ye nyina and all of that no ebeka say no so the sha manfo bi kutupa to want to always attack in central for because a justification of a sort who they saying
be fear say my cassette is unacceptable.
Okay,
wrong. It should not happen. No much less say so woni na nya dream po a wo kwan a fast to express it utumi throw there utumi rejoinder also utumi put out counterfeit utumi throw utumi crampo ne kasa chen so me story where we there onye ne ye esan say sebi obi aka me ho asem ko publish a na me so nka afra me bisa me there na nka ayeden nka obe publish no obe publish bonkum ne nimfa ni na ebi obeka chiro so say ma publish also nya odi a na aka chem na ma publish so me maybe at the 6 o'clock when 12 o'clock inti nka uma balance right from the beginning nanka aboa nyina also to meet the wadwen chere no but it needs to degenerate into violence and abibia. But yeah, kind of say no. Now yes, answer to for say, of course. Then you know you was sudi. Even am the demonstrations. The example say to say yeah, demonstration. Centronia or cover. And then it was say or share. Now to me at the born home buying. Nampu se bibi kusipo a bambo for no crampo any amba so say Centroni bi kan ho a wo say ni mani me ehwe ne protect no. But what because I told the big crampo cover now wo cover no. In fact, when my main kai o maybe a chum na nkofo ye demonstration. Satam na me anka me ignore Joy FM. Kofo bi ye demonstration yes ma akwala bi say on call report. One of my demonstration ni bi crampo na to share reporter no so. Se bambo for no any niho ehun say bia we are central ni bia attack dey say ni say a ibi crampo o muntu mi crampo mo mani nko ho mo anyene obi kasa na me ni say o she police for ko tupa say o mo ni etutu asem debi nti adwuma dice etin but ye moa ye ho na yentumi hwe na yenya adwuma na nyemre ma ye nyina
yenya we there are certain impressions near there was say yema unya opportunity to clarify once and for all. Number one, on social media, I mean, him say as part of government comms, any party comms, no, mofa social media and so very serious. The impression generally there, and it's government communicators intolerant. Say obi share dissenting opinion a man for at him to say the nipan akwaye bibi no. Is it something I'm more realizing? Money more communicators and ekasa. Now if we say communicators nimum are now more aware. They would want to defend government with superior argument and all of that. Inanko for who say intolerance ana.
Obi ebi o mesan adawase. First of all, we say ebi mo asemo mo can say government communicators are intolerant. They are working. Magia to me to German feedback. Ye call your communications meeting ye bedroom jane ho na say additional DBU man was say ye share your communicators no or masemo mo kan ya dey ye di ya ye be hwani to one more. But they toss you know. Would you also agree with me, sir? Increasingly, and call for even sometimes some a civil society group leaders. Obviously, be a president of a civil society group, and now a different language, any of my attacks, and now say commentary increasingly aggressive, sometimes even insulting language. What am I adding, sir?
Yes, I've seen a couple.
Yes, we are getting to a level, and I know that me no one answer me in your casa. We should work towards de-escalating. Sa nyamane no sabe se opese ubi sasem bibia say bia nipa na opese ubi sa na asem no wa for telephone bia wa friend na we bisa no babon se wo di kan wa betena Facebook and now why a press conference na wa sesa efi e de asra opani no baboni din boni aka asema to no sis kwampo se opani no sebe kra de awo pa kan se or mine croro. Opinion na wo kan ho asem no. Ebia na nya government communicators o. Obi so do sa penny no. Sani pa croro no so twe ne pen wo Facebook and now ofa ne computer. Asem no so beto amane no. Sefem. Enye nyenu ni nanye. Whilst dia wedi kan me maka se material de beto yokotu gem ye ne ye mpanifo abobo ho ahade no. So what I've noticed is increasingly, no, they say, make a choice, and then Miankasa Matis and Joni Penia or T radio to say, I buy actions in disagreeing with their union manase. After you providing the police protection, I used to say, baby, as a NMC and Kono. Send Johnny Penny bit radio so and none of pay say a useless, other words, you see a crampo there. Minkai. But first one, because he useless debate. This I won't say obi. So no case asem we fa ban ho. Na ban document be bi no so yi na no a. Obebon se mama no. Obo so no so bi a o de kase bi a enye fe eyi na no. Na ekoya na e bae. Enti na bre bi e kase e be sere se yɛmpere nkɔ baabi a ɔman no ne nyinaa yɛhwehwɛ ne yie sɛ wowɔ asɛm na woka wotumi ka w'asɛm no wɔ kwan a ɛhiam ho a sɛ womfa atem didie anaasɛ ahomasoɔ bi anaa biribi ɛnka w'asɛm bɛtumi aka w'asɛm ne obi no disagree sɛ obi asɛm a waka deɛ mate ne mmom ne wo nya adwen w'asɛm susu sɛ ne nyinasoɔ no ɛmu ɛha deɛ nti a mesusu saa ne sɛ baako mmienu mmiɛnsa ɛno no na ɛwɔ sɛ mebɛkasa twiw tie bɛsere sɛ bi kɔ so wɔ aban communicators side a me a meda aban communicators ano if it comes to my attention only me style me nyɛ obi a megye bi sɛ ɛwɔ sɛ yɛde atɛmdidi a na kasafi ɛne di yɛn nkɔmmɔ korɔ sɛ ba my attention I'll quickly deal with it but deɛ waka ne kora mpo no magye ato me kɔto dwom a yɛn yɛtena ase a we would look at it and deal with it. What I've also noticed necessarily sɛ yɛn nyinara across board yɛnhwɛ na yɛmfa nyɛ adwuma ne sɛ yɛkasa na cross board yɛmmɛ ho nte kakra wobɛtumi ne nipa korɔ no adisagree ɛwɔ buo kwan so buo ne anidie kwan so a ɛnya atemdidi ɛnyɛ hwee even politicians koraa mpo a yɛmfa ne sɛ politicians na ɛnyɛ ɔmo asɛm ebia baako wɔ MP baako wɔ NDC sɛ wahwɛ abere biara na sɛ sɛbe yɛn mpanimfoɔ no yɛbɛka de bia wofrɛ te sɛ bia me ne me nua John Jenapɔ wɔ program yi so yɛ disagree o but yɛbɛwie no na wo obi bɛka no koraa yɛ nyinaa koraa mpo ayɛ asesɛ because ebia mɛka sɛ me nua gyegye asɛm a wokan deɛ sɛ ni sɛ makyerɛ masɛm gyegye bɛka sɛ kodwo deɛ wokan deɛ me ne wote ase a ɛnyɛ yi wakyerɛkyerɛ ne dim ne nni natam da ɔnni matam da nti ɛbɛyɛ den sɛ memɛkyi taa ne bi bɛdi natam ɔno so n'akyi taa ne bi bɛdi matam nti mɛserɛ yɛn nyinara politicianfoɔ communicators o sɛntwerɛfoɔ yɛnyɛ hwee ɔman no na yɛn nyinaa yɛhwɛ ayɛ ne yie adwenkyerɛ different ɛna yɛn nyinaa yɛde ba ho sɛ yɛn nyinaa yɛkasa with saa decorum saa ɔbɔma yɛn ho a obi kora mpo a obi di watam no ne se bɛfem because obi abɛhwɛ ne sɛ na adeɛ a yɛn nyinaa yɛkasa decently na nko afi wɛ saa woyi so no tie bɛserɛ.
Kojo, Mami Musa, this final question again, in the spirit of giving you the opportunity to clarify issues. No? Number 2, is there an official government boycott of Joy FM? Una okasa Emma Abain ma boycotted Joy FM, Anna.
Many are aware, say, Abain issuing official circular say or boycotted Joy FM. And I mean, aware, say, Abain officially boycotted Joy FM. In fact, and my friend news editor of his Kwashi, and you know, come about some December community and about the same. When they say, "Many Iraq and some one penny eating come about that," you know, think it on a regular basis, and there might be possible bakum, you know, between yen and moi. Said them say, "I feel me now, yen and ya can't say yentnas in Hong Kong na said ye partners in this enterprise. Ye hiamo Mosumu hiae. Enti se ejauni obi wo ho ya de na se ono susu se ebia ade bi a wo ye no nani nye ho ana wo susu se ade bi a wo ye nani nye ho ade ne se esi nkonwa na ye di ho nkomo sam pempenso we na ye wo en migi di se ye didi ye ho nkomo awie no bibia enkoso ye wo ye ntem no ye betumi ahwe na ye yi afi ho.
And no explaining why yenya government rep be on news file for some time now.
Let me say there are days when to say remember example there was a invited me on news file. Me na me protested say me NDC ni bia also. That was my last time on news file. Me NDC ni bia on news file so. Enti me person member. Because esa me kwa na me the politician there. But me be produce as a producing program no. In fact, I'm only making time because I insisted, say, I will say, yeah, balanced. Me insisted, yeah, almost a member. Eventually, me quiet. You try very hard to have a decent conversation without it getting political in any way. There are days on the NDC, on MPP, onto the panel. In recent weeks, me any request to come onto the platform. some of the comments on platforms ni bi say almost your moto nsafre obi e na wamba or moto nsafre we na wamba enkamfo ano eno na meyi was to say of course enima bi e cost e bi ne na no prayers enkomo amene odi say obi te seminia na say anwa ka say obi asserting no a ehwe man police protection a tiri nyina nya ne tie say wetia ne na ti kakra no anano pay sorry ya dia fufra dia babetum eno no ntubo se okra to bi say na we so fi na buy maybe our friend penny bi was then e koso see back and forth ki sa nkomo na e kokoso etiri niema na e koso no na em say ye ne mo penny for ye hwe ye di nkomo tidying up me ware shemu say ya dia e bitumi tidying up as quickly as possible na de enku yi wo relationship ni mu nyina stakeholders ni yetumi ahwe na ya solve sa issues no
Kojo emre into me fancy yeda se awie so anyamre ne yedi nkomo
obi miss me da wase
Kojo point kroma information minister of our republic and amotesi no AD and member of parliament for Fuasia Yurebi na e was say yetumi the interview ne eba awieye emrenti because here ka say honorable Alan Kojo Tremanten atnase e wo studio hadada ye no ABD enkomo ono minister of trades and industry wabe kansa e wo studio ha ens komo bebre na wo ho a e wo say yetumi edi na onso wadwenchira wo no your WhatsApp line is 0546 382 287 0546 382 287. That's our WhatsApp line. Or share on Facebook Live and so ubet me comment go ha mayen ye be kan ede. Ama our question especially the honorable minister ubet me the brain ya hwa kan ede amamo. Me need your say bon so mekwa come honorable akwaba na fiere en komo no etumi ahyehye so. Honorable mebacho akwaba bibia boko de
meje so bibia e fine
edanyame ase papa inti honorable Alan Kojo Tremanten ye ten nka no ansa na ye be hye nkomo na ma memfa we entwem aboafo eso ye na sen ema ye de ehiasem segment no etumi de bre mo ba ko Morg Real Estate na omo se ye na yisa wo pedan ato na ukra 90,000 Ghana cedis ubenya dan ato ewo Morg Real Estate na ye estate no school ewo ho hospital ewo ho indi bebia wan kasa wo mba beko school bebia wan kasa beko akopa ya rehwe wo mba beko akopa ya rehwe shouldn't be a problem enti once I won 90,000 Ghana cedis ubenya dan ewo Morg Real Estate na ye estate no ebi wo Ashalaja ena Kokrobite ofre 0248 845 342 0248 845 342 ubenya ye na watimini ye edi enkomo nya wonko wanya dan na wie ne wo se osiesie dan ni me Cap Farm Ghana Limited say ene electronics any home appliances papa open nyina bra Cap Farm Ghana Limited na one won emra emedi enkomo na ukwo a ye ultra slim LED TVs ye inbuilt decoder ema wonya over 100 channels. Yes, I saw energy saving air conditioners, fridges, freezers, and in Ghana Standards Authority, Energy Commissioner Jatum, home theaters, gas cookers, microwave ovens, your washing machines, and in your Mabibria, Eke County Shannon, so my Okoka farm and so I be Alberto who be an Echawadi, Achedian doors, wall brackets, toasters, sandwich makers, your rice cookers, blenders, kettles, irons, Nina, ya de Chekwa. Your branches at Dawson, Ewan crying, how you will be across central, ground floor of Menaba House, Achimota, your old station traffic light that Command Junction MTN office na nchen ho o Kaswan so Obak Brigade your branch o Legon ye ne UPS edin hwe ne mu Nungwa ye wo Lennox House opposite Brigade Washington Bay o Yare fans so Ghana flag obehu your branch ho Tema Community 4 ground floor of the Bakadis building your branch e wo Kumase ye ne Kofro magazine din hwe ne mu mo takwade so ye ben Bank of Ghana dan no ntimo hye ne so mayen Mondays to Saturdays ye adwuma 8 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. ye adwuma Sips Company Limited and so the Sips alata semina aba amanfo agye atom ye papa ye alata semina pu ehuro ehwam eba in 3 different fragrances your oriental, vanilla and a lemon na semina wudi dware e ma honam no etimi etoso Sips Company Limited your numbers how bit my friend was suni 0244 280-272 0244-280-272. Your Spintex Road, just adjacent endpoint, and after the Shell signboard, Ubehu Sips Company Limited. Mo Tai Echo Kaishi Makola. Your company shop, Sips Company shop. Ewo in Ubet Makoyen shop. Also Obenya Semina Nebi Ato Ewo Kaishi. A diner Nina Wakes. A woman nearby Old Whitechapel. Okwa Ubehu Yen Ewo Sips Alata Semina. Or say the family's choice. Me am running and fire and common and she says honorable land could judge from Antinatnase. Honorable, where you Masayama Wakaba you?
You Miniami Joseph
Ministry Boko.
Oh, Bibia Boko.
Yadanyamiase. And Yanim say we meet the press and in Sembe Brena Eturia. But first, and then more commission 1D1F project once a women. And only say a toilet roll. And a omoye, and I said to saying,
Kanoma omoye no.
Oh, okay. Now, your toilet roll in Kwa. Wow. Now, a new company, Amuma Bressuia, na Abanas, and ever heard that.
Oh, one more register as one district, one factory project.
Okay.
And said it be a church mono. Say, oh, company be na washe a juma oye no asidada. Na say or qualify. 1D1F.
Yes.
You know, your requirements are no matter you hear bit me ama ye amount sa recognition na and also it me amount sa 1D1F status.
Okay. It is said what can you bedroom one of my inchrimu because amount for bebre na argue. Say, okay, 1D1F, what specifically was the promise? Say, yeah, Barbie see new factories from the scratch. And now said, then maybe we'll come there. But and now me monitor me the press. No, okay, say, as a government, move position Ghana as a manufacturing hub. Oh, Patrick saying.
Didi kai michie tiefo nyina.
Tiefo also.
Na se osha Ghana. Your potential pa it's a bit my normal be nanso so wohwa sisi ameka say normal yan betimi asi abusi ye no Ghana ase no enoso na obia nim say amamaya kese a omotumpom akoma nim nyina no dodo na wotum say womo manufacturing countries a chese mfidi dwuman idea omo ebo omo modern yi eno nti ye pese say enisu ade ehunu baako eni say Ghana will become the new manufacturing center for Africa. If you say ka mfidijuma na manufacturing na ewo faso bebre de ba oman no adwuma ba afesu so we na odi ebiko amano ne koton exporter enu unya foreign exchange na obenya enu na etimi ema currency ye o cedi no enya ahoden afesu so no ma bi wo ha na okra I know we have foreign exchange na odi akra so we no ma no Ghana enu no na je se skanka odi be kra no in here so this as can be crabby. No matter who bebre eboa oman no say if say you call a new see manufacturing country and nti ana ye dey see ye need to say we want to become the new manufacturing destination and our
in
country,
the whole of Africa
in the whole of Africa na adenti en say kobasa say we Ghana you see watch
yes
and is na because you be say you the leading manufacturing country in Africa why not Argentina any say yetimi say diakra ne so anase bia enusu ade ehunu bia ye di si anim kra Argentina say basa sa anu ntine yesi ebo akana sa
but yes great vision a good vision say Ghana for you support here beboa but for more as a bind practically Nioma be na mudi egu akwan mu to ensure say ebetimi meet his vision aye
oh say wu biesu ani biesu ye na ye hu say de besi aka no wu biesu ye ni hu say de besi ene me the press am kai ya ma cheche no ma bebre say enye 1D1F no nko a ene adwuma in manufacturing. One of them, very important, but it's not the only one. So what I say, will be a friend industrial parks. I just say and no so yesum you will be a friend new anchor industries. Just say be as say Ghana Osha. I will feel having a chin. Juma pa, ye no Ghana any cocoa juma, and maybe you too good. Now we can't say, oh, mind bien, who call anyone. Nay, say, San Wama, who won't you know, so woman, a more air would me a trim. Now would you be back? And then you say, Usha, ye trim, no more be brave, say, car, ye passes say, vehicle assembly, ye no a be before ye chassis, and ye nunco a bauxite and aluminium, iron and steel, yinina, na san no many yinano, yes, I do one no kaya, na a cobem, and ye were incentives be a buying any shape a buying the guaquamoa and no edible attract investment. A local businessman any foreign so one factory here. Friday, say you call Parliament. And no Parliament approve incentives be and no obia will be registered as one for biano. Some incentives, you know, a more a buying so de bois. They kind corporate tax or tax holiday for 5 years.
For the first 5 years.
For the first 5 years. You tossum you know equipment, machinery, whole parts be able to unfair duty, unfair levies. Just and you know, just offer no free. You tossum you raw material or the buy no so no, and no so no unfair duty, unfair levies. Won't whole tax and what so no say uko na ye do uko bank akoboa no ya pebusiamo and so no ma hihia ban e de ye be fa ne say subsidy bi aba che say no interest rate no say was so senia ye betuma tia ma aba be 10% na che say no difference no ye tia ama bank no afei withholding tax or exemption afei to say call at the district level and now say we a district factories no ye wo kwan district assembly no say assassin we here say we wo twen electricity akọ na nsuo akọ site and as akwan be call site nyina no mo a aban edeboa and meka no bebre one doors
but one thing boss so see interest because it captured in black and white on manifesto name ASI industrial parks no?
Yes,
it's been almost 2.5 years. First one why and wahin
sir me sense should be patrol steady one district one factory industrial parks normal able boss nyina enye state enterprises enye aban ana a private sector na aban boa wo mo said ye be a dachi bi obi ntimi beka say aban na adwuma anu oye no enti say aban foforo ba na enu no ye say ye bi ye mpresu ye nto aso say one district one factory say MPP say aban bi e beba su bia no obi anu wa wo tumi so betima ka say ye nto aso efi say nya aban private sector and aban ama omo incentive and no boom amom de aye pacho what ma say industrial parks they say no and no say ahemfo bebre nsase omo say o ma hu say wutwa nsase no kura na wuton a sika ubenya afrim no enkwa animu enti say aban de share bia ba say wo asase a ma aban empe investors ma na yembo ho ban na yemfa akwan ni kanea ni water emra said emfa ko ho yentwi sa no ma nyina nko said be ya so bi pa asase si factory nya fe no na mo a wo ko pa asase na echese ye wo sase a ya hihye ya bo ho ban ye di sa no ma nyina ko ho dada enti na echese wo kwa akoye adwuma no ani say wo ko ne ama no part of the land no that's what they share the factories enti sa no ma ni nyina no private sector ana ye encourage wo mo say wo mo enye na aban aboa
yeah, but for the industrial park they said you watch them.
Yes.
Not just I was say a buying and negotiate with chiefs. Ni enya asase no ye develop it to hold than na private sector no aba meboa.
Aha. Eka ho. Se wa kope wasase dada.
Okay.
Now person the industrial park. Eno no aban etimi eboa. Se nsusu wo ye businessman, wo pese wo ye industrial park. Na wo kire baby apeso ye na. Aban timi di wanim. Ekope asase no ebi emaw. Se no de na se eka supporter aban no edema. And it doesn't matter. Wow, asase na upese eboa no de industrial park ye beboa. Se upese ye di wanim susu na ye kopa asase no ma na de ya. Eno nti enya aban na ebe manage sa industrial park no.
Okay. But I'm to understand say as we speak no ye ntimi develop a park ba kumpo.
Oh, masa asema me catch me see ukasi ye ntimi develop ya. Asem no now I say
no, both are buying in the private sector.
The American says there were 9 different parks.
Okay.
In 4 regions.
Okay.
She shares me Kenya no private businessmen. Omo di kan omo say ade na so buam say we call dawa wo pram kwan so a over 2,000 acres obi ono ase wo industrial park. Okopen asase awaba aban wo hwe policy ayeke nti yasomu a etese etese de aban ni na abom emu bia ohia bia no ye ne no ye de ma no na efise peja na factories no eba ho a omba create adwuma o create adwuma eboa aban tie de fa ne se wo mu se nya aban sika ne ye de na de ye aboa no ebema na adwuma na agina eno so say wo hwa western region so ye wo another one eno so private investors oma ahye bibia say eno ye friend West Park uko yibia Apollonia eno so oma ahye ebiase a omo ye abranche kama onu aso say young man onu ahye biase wo East Legon Silicon Park onu so oye na abana so won sase bia Free Zones Authority first ye gigi ya enu so enu no ye private sector for ye no mbe ye hihye ya wo no
develop asase
na ye wo develop asase no enti enu say so hwa secondary ye will be wo ho
okay
over 3,000 acres kra ye will be wo shama enu so no ye ni private sector ye dinkita ho hoso ye be ye bi na ye wo kase ba ko a your friend Greater Kumasi Industrial City and no put the na quite to say PSA Industrial Park mu PSA and no one will say baby abuankra na ye inland port no say uye inland port na wuchi no ma free tema ebegu wo say wudi go enoma ekọ ebi abokina ana Mali ana Niger no yemfa embegu buankra port say de be ya ye betimi dia to aso akwa eno adwuma kese nanso so se utimi ye industrial park was a hono so a na is ama benefit nkra konanim ti ye a major industrial city wo Sabuankra area almost se wuka land port no ni asase a ye de ka ho nyina almost 5,000 acres se se enu de be a new industrial zone ewo eho different normal ye be enti we say no eno no ye aban infrastructure no na ya pe private sector no mo no so atwa adwuma no so
Western region West Park no
West Park no no Sama ana ya so free zone so no mo asase ewo Sama but West Park is private investment private investment na me pese unya kapa ya se o aban si wo ye debi ye bibia ye private sector if it's a private sector no ubuan no ya na just asudia eda yi no aban so no eni wo bi adentina wo sabi abanya wo de ni say wo ye business
yes
obi ye business na wo bo na mfaso a wo hwe no wo sabeka.
But the difficulty with that probably will be say as a buy no man make some pledges be in your manifesto. I was say Ghana for would want to judge you by our promises, no? And the mbetimi deliver, and the muntimi deliver. Say ekoba say to say 1D 1FE. If there is a particular district, say private person be a show interest, ewo hwa. Ya be day. Not just our district no munya factory ni.
Menu am dasi say wa ko pejaba. Say asem no ubi someone ye cheche.
Yes.
Say baby wo ho district bi wo ho. Na se ebia ye nya promoter bia ono pese o hye bibia se wo ha eno de na se bi efata se aban no ankasa ebetu anamon na omo ape yibusia ye de be factory no na se ye ya eno epijape na je se ye hu se private sector ukona akase o ora aha no na ye nim se ye ibenya obi muaba obi ama na ye de ye ogidie se be ye nti ya hyase na emom no wo hu se ekoso no na bra na beboa na afi ebi kura ye ndane ma nti enya de pese ye je obi wo se de di kan no me sense su bio ye pese private sector eni di enimu wo promoter o district wo pese o ye bia wo be hu ye ya wo ministry ni aboa baby a promoter no ye nya promoter no aban na be dey e be chance na chire wo the private sector no aban
e na bam. And what that means, and it's as part of 1D 1F promise, no, every single district in our country ebenya factory.
Na mamenka ba ko so nka say yes, say one district one factory na so say district mienu ebi a wo mo share border na ebi a wo mu nyina na ebi a wudua yadoa eyeye wo ho ana mako na eyeye wo ho no mo say o mo pese wo mo ye pepper factory.
Okay,
2 districts ni betimi akase wo mo ekabom na ya ye one factory
district na be kan na sa ban na decide.
Oh yeah, they ain't been decided say 2 districts na eyo madwene say wo identity ina yen kambom na enye kese na aban boya nyina yebesom yehia ne say ebi eko baby
so mu nyina so obi aka sopo no ane factory
obi apeso eno so ye bebo mama ye sanye ense ahwe obi ha betiba ye ebi ana chese ise so be one very big one.
Yes.
Na cover 2 districts in Ebia obi aso be any day. Government does not want to be dictating. Yeah, betimi ama kwankyere no. So
it comes back to the question, sir. By 7th December 2020, na district bia enya factory e wo Ghana ha.
Yeah, the wogidie say san ebeba no. Enti ye bia ye bodewro say private sector no wa na wo mu indie nim na ye nso wo masene na sere masi a chechirim say ba bi na say ye nya obi anyi na nim say opeso ya ane ekwan bia so aban ebeboaboa no na de say ye boa mo efi say nyina no eyema kwesi eyema
kojo so. But so far, is there a district abaya taking lead say ono start ACBB?
Oh yenyandu ho ye bodewo yegusu a na ekoye enti ya se enche se yehwe na afi eche na obi baabi wo a promoter bi amba ya
and I would want to believe, say, Abayi is working with 216 districts.
Yes,
because at the time I'm making promise, no.
Yes,
no 216.
No 216. But the TN say the make.
What creative account?
And she share bar.
Okay.
Want to be say be as say chef for abanti uyi obi afri.
Okay.
Say okay 216.
Yeah.
Enti ye biemu na yesoso no. Ye boaboa ho
say other district for one so
ebia na say entimi endru 216 said ye pe no na say 216 kura ye kan original say no kura menia say no kura esombo pa
enti say ye gina ho a and figures no obi amanfo ka bebre na mo se mo be ye we so far saying na we and all of that officially enya we there 1D 1F saying na we a eye adwuma CC as we speak I betima ka so okay company A company B I what this district or must start A produce saying
say last time I me ba say
yes
because there was 79 districts
79
projects are and no they operational on the ground
operational on the ground means saying
it means to say either say wa shall will we and now say or under construction
79
na and no we breaking it down emu 57
okay
already operational. I can say we are completed
out of 79.
Out of 79.
Emu 57.
Yes.
Completed
juma. And 22 so under construction. But Kai say said the American private sector na ye can.
Yes.
Obi wo ha na on the factory ni adopt. Obi also na wa sha say ensusu onwie se oti ase obi onso a oye wa sha ase foforo oti se ye we na wa sha ase oye na o ye ka ko animu an ka bo se enya 79 nko an ye ka no se in addition to 79 yes wo other projects are by the end of December se afi beba wie no na eno susu no ya share eno so ase
ya share construction ase
ya share construction ase
eno no you saying
eno 33
okay
eno so no banks boa companies no wo mu gusu chese wo mu echichire no ma ye de wo enira so say by the end of the year na omusa komusika omuso omasha construction 33 yes this is apart from 79
yes
and also 33 and yes I 56 woman no so by the end of the year woman so be shasi na no a small scale processing plants and because small scale processing plants one say baby wo ha say anka anidua
yes
anka na bu ama say kura no yentimi enya den enton baby wo ha say body ebu santi achimo ho na sa districts no the omu here ni say small processing plant kura na obeto kura omu betimi ede aye
a processing ankana na say bibisa na huge factory
intina ncheda anye huge factory
okay
na no ye wo 56 yenya hu sika say eno so no by the end of the year na no ashasi
na ma start is small
56 na no the entia ema me say sisubio ni say ye hu say dodo awie school graduacy omunya adwuma
yes
enye obi a na so kope aban adwuma ye ane ye de one district one factory aban ye pese mrantie ni nketesia yi
yes
enkoba se bi a omu adwuma keke na bi a one ebe mo maye ye pese omu aye owners of some of these factories so that they become a new entrepreneurial class. I say new business people are women so that you say in the future no women are a big page private sector.
And your money get is 56
into every district to be 56 districts here can every district be graduates be 50 aban account no aboa eno de the factory no aban palm wo mo say oti ase bi say no obi ono awie school nipa
oni
capital no nti aban sa processing plant na mo na ya boa mo ya management bibia o man kasa so ebe she ayi adwuma no mu bi say they become the owners of the processing plant eno no ya shase ye ho adwuma 56 sikano bibia you ready na eno no small processing plant and enu ye de beko baby a ya shada ahwehwe baby a nnuane no abu a proper no
no ma select is 56 na we
50 say adwuma bebre koso na ana bia obi nti bibi na woye ya sa na bia obeba sa 56 ya select ye ni ehu DCs any asese ameka say wo mo fielder wo mo boaboa sa mrantie ni ketesi ano
but wo sa 56 no come
and
but can we classify really as part of 1D1F? Because any factory said you were watching.
Oh, what's that? Bibi so I don't judge any factory. We say make no sika buying a ma woman $200,000.
$200,000.
Yes,
per district.
Per district. Now $200,000 he say uko bank diana na ukra $200,000 cash. And no make me amount additional $400,000-500,000. Into would it come crowd wait when you $1 million? Yen $200,000 the amount. Dollars are some making. Wait me and your bank a loan at your can because we 200 no. Wait when you have $1 million. Into some ranting in each of these 56 districts, you know. I just say or buying a bomu jetri omuno factory no. Yeah, more mujeti $200,000, but omubechina and also small. Now even say small 200,000 kekempo and one koji bank loan kanwa. I don't know a factory $200,000. Say
yeah. Enti me pacho for sa 56.
I mean kakra being so okay. And no chi so you were 5 your friend common user facilities. 5
common user facilities.
Okay. And no eso chain the Yedema graduates.
SMEs
there. Okay. Now one will say farmers bebre wo ha say bi omudua no bai bia wo mu eba wo mu ate de kan wo mu ntimi nya processing plant wo mu niska wo mu de beto fa enti say processing plant bia ni ho a na say wo mu no ma no eko we study mante de ye kan ya enu say no enam say farmers na nkasa no edu o ma de dada no ye pese wo mu no susu no ye 5 districts bi a ya hwehwe say eho no ye betimi aboa wo mu eye aban ma wo mu bo mu dwetri eye 5 districts eye farmers o ma aboa mu ano wo mu so aboa mu mo start company almost started almost company to say the emranti the almost started on the company na omuno de ende enam say farmers na nkasa no edua no ma no dada no omuno companies no so chain graduates omo de ende be $2 million
$2 million per district
5 send my church we say 5 I just buying getri
in all we are looking at $10 million
yes now making $2 million per district and no getri near there enti say omo ko bank omo metimi asanya additional $4 million say omo metimi be $6 million
but the sika we na buy they support both graduates in any way, you know, a loan and
a grant HSA AD African Development Bank.
Okay.
And IFAD from IFAD for so 2 organizations. Your program be from Rural Enterprises Program. Now first, you know, na sikano omo de mano in kitten first it's a new program but my redirected program say so what this mo bi skaketu abi so on fan koye sika no ensu ba bia and say e be ni kitten and ye dia bom
ye nya ne puduo
na fata akuafo na chi na ice wa bom dwetri na ne che say so ankoji no anka ho mpo a
$2 million. Are we handing over Sadia to them physical cash money $2 million?
Oh, it's a physical cash on funds. Say, processing plant. Say no more transfer. Yeah, selected districts.
Okay.
Said you per se you reduce the importation of rice. Until say bear miensa wumwa omo the rice processing. Rice companies they boa and you other na say we nanka say
common user facilities
no
no ebetime edin bi names bi kakra just for
what you say name
5 common user facilities bia district by companies by
make me catch you
okay
rice processing say she akontomra
okay
I know western region another rice processing Doma West I know new bono and oil palm processing takwa in Swayam
Swayam
Western region ana maize processing maize processing and also was secretary central Ashanti ana shea butter another shea butter processing so north so ohwa the make nyina won say regions and districts farmers bebre wo ha
omudua sa raw material
dada the we processing omuniska omko bank bi anhwe omo and they say no one this one factory ye bi ama omo ya buy more mu
$2 million
per district no na omo e dia share adwuma na se omo becomes their property.
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
Of course.
Na say ya no sa no ye nyumfaso e benya wom sabio be create jobs be betimi be reduce importation of rice and no one be
okay it may batch with 5 common user facilities.
Yes.
Are we giving this grant to a company in that district and I say farmers be na
farmers no you identify farmers ana womo yaka womo bom ana yabo omo womo set up a company. Yes, a private company. If you say on their own omuka bank bi anhwe omo ana ye pese omuka bom so a ana womo adwuma no ebe den emu betimi ayakese enti eno no aban ye wo consultants a eboa womo nyina ye free service
aban dey ma wo
if you say the moment ubeye company amom wape right management amom wa momu dwetri wa momu processing plant no then they become owners of the facility.
But I don't know any loan omunim so mo ye adwuma tua back no.
Yes.
How sure are we say ombe use sikayi for it intended?
Say na me can say consult obia district bia common user facility and graduates dey.
Yeah.
There were consultants attached to each project. Yes. Na maza they make can say ni pay yesu ye no mai say woko banka yen yemwa no munyini say ade papa say aban nya sa ye de afi eso masne no na kwan omuso ebepeja no madwuma na asiye.
Okay, in the 56 district I hono boy graduate with $200,000.
Yeah.
Most selected graduates na we the graduate.
As maker say they are in the field. You need districts are involved in meeting. You need district chief executives, MPs. That area is you both church woman say a co-fielder. You identify until they will make it open. When you will be will make it open. It's an encouragement to the youth.
And in their case, there's more register companies like
yes, you're very registered. Yes, set up company. That's the difference between we and the cooperative. Cooperative, they Ubi aseme ya medium ko. So what I say. And we won't say or ya medium ko so omun kambomu said ye beya ebe mo manya sa power no. Na we ne de se wo mo ekabomu a na ye set your boa mom set your company mo management team ni ade na. Then it becomes a serious business.
Now, and no who appoint our management team.
Oh, say you want echo field no. Echo you munyina no. Your former group we are you know mo go through that process ni na.
Maybe some questions so that we don't probably repeat the mistakes of the past.
Yes.
And at the end of the day, because my district be a common user facilities, it's $2 million.
Yeah.
That's huge. In this structures solid on the ground to make sure say sikani beti mi akwa ye juma ni enya sikani be dia shame and all of that.
But your structures be na enya juma. Ade
I'm only asking. I'm only asking.
Say me church mo say wo mu edua mo mo dada. Womuni processing plant. Omuko banka. Yenya. Enti yan de ya bom any sajoti na ye de bom. Na in addition to that ye bom mama set comment ni e ma na aye commercial no. Enti e ma aye commercial pe na a change situation.
Okay.
So what you say? E wo say ban e de bom de. But when you no company pe rights and obligations. Is that one with the major
obligations also for
NGO bio. NGO asem. And then your cooperative assembly. And to when the company or ma ye no more a cabomoa, ye church ma directors any ade nyina bibia they will decide. Yeah there aban ema omo Samuano kwankyere no say the bear say manager na so mo fa bibia no their destiny is in their own hands.
And I will say by the end of this year.
Na ashase. So anything say anything field you know.
Works
na mo say MP yo na say district chief executive omo ye mbo omo nyina. Ye no omo nyina hia. Omo nyina omo kra na e bi e be select say omo.
And now say say if AFDB na ebo
African Development Bank any IFAD.
And IFAD. Omo so my free money. Like grants, no more
say be a grant, a be so loans. Just say idea or hodada, and ya the fofro. Now, the say idea Bemunu say first, and yet it is canning kitty will be say, may yes, I did kitty were crassy, may ye were crassy. When you baba won't so. Sikane a chane bebre so
impact be
annual. And I say, see a bit chan kitten idea. Yanka omumbum. We come boom. In a corporate was set up company Sikano ukabomu a dorsum more. A dorsum on which me so I'm a bank to cross I'm
a won't be account. But the a year loan now farmer pharmacy as loans no.
Yeah.
How do we pay the loans back?
What was saying?
I will say IFAD any AFDB facilities no it be a grant it be loans and I mean say I can't in album near the my pharmacy say Jetri. Yeah, farmers as loans. Yeah, the man was jetty. How do we pay our loans back?
Say,
as a country?
For the processing plant, no?
Okay.
And a grantor, okay. But say so mo bobos who top plant that Zenya no go na ye adwuma. We are so we moka. Mo be factory building normal bebre. Yeah. Enti nyina na ka ho na sa loan to say the World Bank loans ye say ye loans be bra say ye no say de nka ye kan ya adwuma no pagya ehun be bamfa so more it will more than pay for itself.
Pay for itself.
Yes, because they are making say first no e be a grant e be a loan.
Yeah.
Nso ye chama ye chane nkete a engosi be bia. If say wo your amount even be 10 million Ghana cedis and 10 million crisis near 1 million Ghana cedis. Then I bet me the say what person we proper factor. Nemum say we 50.
Yeah, mama we 10 million and 20 million. Yeah. Maybe Papa, I get you. And 79 in all for now. Yeah, come back to figure 79. 57 completed.
Yes.
I'm also on money a year, Juma.
Yes.
Maybe I just have 57 no. Ebi wo mu a eye de mu see from scratch. And as a nyina ye companies e kwa hohiahiem na mo bo a won na.
Ye mu nyina se upekwa fan say ya kan wo kan normal magbom na yen go so bio.
Yeah.
Ye wo 79. Operating.
Yes.
Either
under construction
and construction. Or 79.
Yeah.
You were 33 by the end of the year and no banks. Yeah, you know mu yeadwuma you were 58. And no mekai graduation. You were 5 common user facility near the boa pharmacy.
Yes.
Anna man can answer so na will be some questions. And no you were 8 bia.
8.
And no so and there are big factories. And no nyina private sector. Na no there China banks here. Some time ago, you can say Chinese facility be $400 million. Almost 1D1F. And no, and ya buying isika.
Okay.
A Chinese banks, no, and a bad lend to local banks.
Almost local banks.
Now local banks, no,
private people.
Now no, sikano ye 400 million. Now. Nya omunyina na betimi ahye omode ase by the end of the year. Emu 8 chese omde oma komanim omo ne Chinese banks ya komanim omo emu 8 no eso be hye. Enti sese wo total nyina na de akanyina okabomu a wa bu nkonta no.
Yeah, I think
na chese ukọ 181.
181.
181.
From breakdown,
yes.
Okay.
180 till the end of the year.
Till the end of the year. Yeah.
And my church owns a church the start way there was so that. Now 181 will be a question say a musina existing companies. And no 52 per and a year existing
out of 181.
Yes, out of 181. 52.
And a year existing.
By 129 and a year new.
New from the scratch.
129.
And a year new from the scratch.
And 52
and a year existing.
And I'm patrolling church from the beginning. The one if by kind. Say obi asha adwuma sidada. Na the nanka one if per se and one way. Government will adopt it.
Okay.
Because at the end will be also person will be so dada. Enti a kwan bia so so betuma aboa enti so hwa 52 and a year existing.
Okay.
Na ya adopt. Ana 129 no. From scratch.
Okay. Now me pacho we there and maminka etie for say was honorable Eja Yehoeko a very important meeting. Unfortunately in some bebre wo ho na was anki ebusa because of time you restricted you to 1D 1F for now and maybe later nyame ya dom na honorable ba because and say wutie press conference, meet the press now, business resource centers and technology solution centers or mu ACC ni nyina ye nkomo a na wo se yetumi edi one region one park initiative ne so ye di kan ebusa ho ensem dada. There are still some other issues wa ha
strategic anchor industry.
Absolutely, anchor industries yentumi
vehicle assembly aluminium industry iron and steel nyina bebre tinga one this one factory no
so probably Elmina sugar factory Commander sugar factory
etc ye dey buy say komo ye dey here say chechim bia ye be chechim
many tintim na me busa say 52 now say existing companies that are more boa won me ba cho omunyina ka 57 na o say completed CCA na ho
ebi ka ho ebi so nka ho ebi ye new ebi so existing
57 completed
yes,
no
yes
ebi ye new we see from the scratch
and I say you started program 2 years is that what I say
okay
they ni enye wo ho na say wo ye bibi na benefit the people on the ground enya say nipa no ba be efise enya aban eboa obi a wo ye na adwuma. That is the difference. They be come say
okay.
These are private promoters. One kasa eyo aban aso omu a omu yo madwuma.
Into new ones now mo see from the scratch ka 57 ne ho no. District baako ben ne bi wo for example.
O see the
new a mo wie. District ben sa na baako wo.
So gomwa the new president eco commission food processing
and no more we are
nyina no say either completed under construction nyina wo say information nyina and e dey abrowe bibia information nyina na e dey abrowe na say ye bi ba TV so a ye still e bi anipa no pese ebisa anything say me feel say mo media no so no mo modern na mo chechire mo nipa no aba wahu ya gani say ade yi koso enso so wo say bisa
honorable unfortunately was say yehwe na yes and say your time kakra do we have some time was say yehwe na the AC because I was say honorable echo meeting biba one other question na me pese me busa ansa na wetimi akọ nipa bebre na ATU and this is project ababe very controversial Commander sugar factory no honorable a buying decision by na take care about that factory
a buying decision I take care simple ye beto ye no
yes
ya hwe decide say you bepe strategic investor na adwuma no ye de agya no na ekwan bia aban ebe boa na adwuma no atumi agina na boa commander community ni Ghana man no ebe ye enti ya twem wo hokra ya yes our process na ya identify a strategic partner
monya bi
ya nya bi say the next stage and he say ye be ya handing over na say na no ye nsa na say ya say ye TNC from kwa ye be bo mo ekwan bia e be ti say the one district one come a typical one district one factory the one district factory adwuma ye kanyina senka ti say the ye commander ketimi ye bi wo district bia you can see the impact
and
na kwa omo fa so a omo chichire say adwuma no ana atosin eno hunti na akwa adan na ese controversial adịghị ese nke ekwan ya fa so a ya chichire adwuma no efise mo amunim say by the time you see factory ni wie no kra no na sugar cane ye di be feed factory no kra no ye fa even 1 acre in go say ye di be twa hwe de feed factory no say dey wonu e some dada so oti ase say NDC for a sha say you say na NPP about no koton a factory no. When the factory was commissioned in May 2016, 2 months after that, and one year so ton factory ama investor.
Say almost shut down for maintenance and also
may say 2 months after commissioning in May 2 months after that, and womo say almost a ton 70% of the shares.
And the investor.
And no more na a koba say wo tama a value factory.
Yes.
At the time, I saw more value. Was it factory $35 million dollars? Now, ye buy more, ye bet 2 way. Most moton factory amobi, ye buy no nipa kro na musimo ton factory amano ewie no so ontimi ton bio ontimi to factory ni bio efi se sika no a na ono e ne se oba betua no it is not worth sa factory is not worth the amount say
utia for sa factory
at
the time not from 35 million aba saying
well me ntimi nka asem je meche one say enti wo mo ntimi enya obie amwantom enti e ba ya hwe ne ka se Oma say omo you interested in factory. Nipa no do factory am say 35 million. 2 months after completion. Obi anu a na opese o factory at that amount. So ebi bought 50 million, ebi bought factory fufu. Then na factory fufu o went benya obi anto. Factory fufu a wasi awie. Sebi factory fufu wasi awie na ye hu dede no
na at the time no
okay adentina enyo obi amoanto ba beto ye no ye bisa omo ebede for factory nyina obi say there be factory no endru 35 million enti se mo pese ye ton obi anu obeton 35 million eno na ma ye twen adwene ko so se there be and ye say ye another evaluation if say 35 million na omo ka no na just acquire say your kobo say 35 million enti
factory no
35 million because it was obvious obi asi endu 35 million enti na say
meaning say yes can nyina na dey share factory
enti na yes there be yen dey aban yen value enti consultant Price Waterhouse womu na ekoye evaluation first say 35 million yes aka jom say obi a baby asi this factory cannot cost 35 million. Enti saade omunsan koye another evaluation na afi ye hu aye no omkoye na 12 million
PwC koye na about
12 million the same 12 million so ti ase enti na say from 35 na mo kan na just the nanko for kan dada ne say ade is not worth the amount of money
na enye because some machines necessary for almost 2 years and add value
so who can say even when you depreciation say you factory cost you or even 1 year na depreciation we calculate depreciation. Eventually, free 35
about 12 million.
Now, I fact no say enka go be better enka omo de ba first na your commission factory for 2 months no and go be anto. Go be anto. And now there's a fundamental problem. And unti PwC for the a year by penny say there be ye forensic audit. Now, sa forensic audit and no penny bit much mu baby asa sika no ekoye.
35 million baby ekoye.
Loan I could do ya try about you know. Forensic audit no ba. One more kasa.
No money.
There be say ye dey buy the forensic auditors are see a train. Until I pray and we say the truth will come out.
In there was a real forensic audit, no? And sana partner never bow.
Oh, and here Posania, we are there. Yes, here we just say, we are there.
Yes.
And Janudy, and Sentinel who said, here, she say, young, you know, say, Yanya Ubia, or you're interested. And the Uber to me,
and then I
started. No moment, the results of the forensic audit. Will show
whether we invested the entire 35 million in the factory or not. Nipa now we declare interest, no?
Yeah.
Or Barbefa at what price?
Oh, where but you said no in as the process are almost completed. To be fair to them.
Okay.
But your name say to be say you go through a bidding process. Company back home. Then that information will become public.
But the last auditor, am I in 12 million?
12 million.
What it means is over 12 million.
Me say, it will come out.
Okay.
And the American say Obi Bejina na no bisa say 35 million. Na obi a ton at a lower Adentina factory no fufro na ye commission ye no.
After 2 months.
After 2 months no mo obi amanto. Na o mo kotu nyina no obi an kotu 35 million. Aden na we go from that until time of December omo a free office. Obi antimi anto.
Ba omo an e quote so won kan how much an omo quote entre.
Me them what time when wa better untimi was we need time. All those things, you know, per time when you're on one year the important thing ani can obia wonim sai na ebe ka kiro say $35 million e bo ho busi anya no factory any si no. Anti forensic audit no ba wo mo na mo kasa no se o ba be kire
baby scan koy
baby scan koy you have to come and establish it. A forensic audit. Masa nyabutre number out a ba out one more casano they will come and
out that being.
Oh, me would you say baba? Eddie baba. You didn't account as will be some question of me. Okay, once much.
You honorable I was here DC. And nyame ya adoma ye besan so anya wo bio one way na Ghana for bebre na akoma so ye yate announcement about assembly plant car manufacturing company we aba oba abe assemble ba say ehun hwe announcement ne ba pe na
minia in some na ye can and in churchim kaka it is misinforming the public.
Okay.
Uber start a new industry.
Yes.
To build an automobile plant.
Okay.
And yet Ghana, and yet a buying an AC plant. So, okay. Church in any fantasy. A buyer, what to me, I can say, Menusha dear whom, and he said Ghana, you bear vehicle assembly plant. Now, within a matter of 2 months, yet me a policy. Now, it me attract 5 leading automobile companies. Obia per se. I don't know, young focus on that. I don't even focus on that because Nippon any government investment.
Yes.
Ono ana eba ono policy no one who say and was this idea maybe. We are talking about the 5 leading
automobile companies in the world.
Renault.
Yeah.
Nissan. Sinotruk, Suzuki. Wamu buy na yes, we are one year co-share president, or more to woman to obi anim. And she said, I buy in Asia, let my catcher say, if you are Yeah. And the important thing is for us to recognize as a country. So if we have been able to attract these global players, one more higher decisions on mobile.
Let's make
it public. Let's celebrate that. There will be some question. Will be teach you because now Ghana for as a man easy. Yaba yam fan be see. Yaba can openly.
Say yaba.
We will say that
Honorable. Mame Nase, Yamin Shaw. Yeah, that's it, Papa. Honorable Alan Kwejo Tremantin, and attending Minister of Trade and Industry of our Republic. And I'm going to say, AD and come 15 minutes after 4. Now, thank you to me. It was a very important meeting. I was say Oko, and he would work around this and bring him back into the studio. Nafi, the other areas I ain't me any home common. Ye to me, Akaho Asementi, ye better honorable Ase. Yene Standard Chartered Bank in Penny for Ebedi and Komo after this. And I am Komo here was a utimi etiebi. Try me net here, we may basis here. I could see saying Sunny. Ewa Sempa FM.
My net, my life, my choice. The Net Life campaign.
President, thank you so much for speaking to Bloomberg.
Thank you very much for having me.
The world has a lot of challenges. What is your main challenges for your country and your continent?
I think the two are interlinked. It's basically how we can develop the economies of our country to provide a more dignified standard of living for the mass of our people. That's our main concern, how to develop our economies. We're sitting on all the resources in the world, and yet we are the poorest people on the globe. So how to, as it were, remove that disconnect? That really is a function of leadership in Africa at the moment. That matters as true for Africa as it is true for my country. I give you a simple example. Côte d'Ivoire and ourselves, between us, we produce 60% of the world's output of cocoa. 2015, the returns to us, 2 billion to Ghana, 3.75 billion to Côte d'Ivoire, 5.75 billion amongst us. The global chocolate market is of 100 billion plus. So you're looking at a situation whereby the farmers who produce get something like 5 to 5.5% of the global value chain of their product. Something is not right there, and we need to do something about it.
What can you do? Do you need to renegotiate with the big suppliers, with the makers of chocolate?
I think that we have to perhaps make the chocolate ourselves. We have to find a way of being able to connect the raw material to the finished product, because that is where the value is. And so far, we've been either out of negligence on our part or the difficulties of mobilizing the finance and the technology. We've not been able to do it. I think that this generation of African leaders, these are the issues that we have to look at. We have a globalized trading system that frowns on protectionism, and quite rightly, I think that all of us are in agreement that as a general principle, free trade benefits everybody in it. But you enter the trading system at different levels of it, and how to make sure that we are competitive, that our enterprises, can produce the higher value products that the world economy requires, and does so on a competitive basis. These are the challenges before us on the continent and in my country today, and they are the challenges that are exercising my mind the most.
President, I know you want to increase output for cocoa in Ghana. Are you concerned the impact that would have on prices? Because at the same time, you're trying to take care of your farmers.
We want to improve output, largely because it's been declining. But at the same time, we are thinking that we must have a much more collaborative arrangement with Côte d'Ivoire as to our marketing policy, as to how we can develop, in fact, domestic use of the things that we do. I believe that we need a much greater consultation between us and them. I mean, if we are responsible for 60% of the world's output of cocoa, we should have much greater leverage on pricing than we have at the moment. So we're in active discussions. Fortunately for me, at this period in Ghanaian history when I'm the leader of Ghana, we have a man on the other side in Cote d'Ivoire who's equally sensitive to these issues. So we began to talk in a great deal, like to find a way.
President, are you telling me that you would come together with Cote d'Ivoire to try and kind of have a united front in talking about cocoa prices?
I think it's a very good idea. And
they want to? Cote d'Ivoire wants to?
The clear impression that I have from their president is that they do. And at the moment, in fact, both our governments, our cocoa officials, agriculture ministers are in fact in regular contact, talking about how best we can develop this common front and common attitude. I think it makes sense.
Could it also be in decreasing output, actually, of cocoa prices,
well,
or limiting?
These are all the matters that I think that if we sit around the table together and we look at, we will be able then to take the more intelligent decisions for both of us in the long run. The worst aspect of all these things is to be atomistic, to think that if you look at your own national, narrow sectional interests, you can lose the bigger picture. And it is that bigger picture that we want to have before us all the time, so that we can make the decisions that will benefit our farmers and benefit our economy.
President, when do you think you'll have a decision on this on cocoa?
I don't know. We're talking.
Okay.
We're talking.
Talk to me about the dispute with the Ivory Coast on the ocean and the oil fields.
The
decision
ruling,
is Saturday?
The decision is on Saturday. We're waiting to see what decision will be made, and we'll see how best we can enforce the ruling of the court.
Let's say you lose, how can you lower the impact? Because this would have huge economic consequences for Ghana.
Yes, it would. It would. But I mean, a lot of work is going on in that way. I would prefer to wait and see what happens on Saturday before I tell the world how we're going to respond.
President, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for having me. I appreciate it.
Welcome to this African Investment Forum conversation with heads of state as we talk about investing in the African space. My name is Victor Oladokun, and I'm the Director of Communication at the African Development Bank. It is an exceedingly great pleasure to have with us on this panel His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa. His Excellency Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda. His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana. His Excellency Prime Minister Carlos Agostinho do Rosario, representing His Excellency Felipe Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique. And with us is the Premier of Gauteng Province in the audience, Honorable David Makura. All protocols observed. Excellencies, this is a specially curated event that brings together several global and regional investors who are active on our continent. This is also a platform that allows your excellencies to do several things. Use this opportunity to pitch your investment needs and opportunities, set the stage for conversations that will be held later on in boardroom sessions over the next 3 days. And more importantly, an opportunity for you to own the narrative around the opportunities your respective countries do provide. So I'll go ahead. This is a conversation, and it's a conversation between yourselves and investors from around the globe and our region. But I'll kick off our session with the first opportunity and pitch. Your Excellencies, every single one of you have been in the news recently for all the good reasons. So I say congratulations to you on the excellent work that you're doing, your vision and your leadership in leading our continent. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, it will be quite appropriate to give our Excellencies a warm round of applause. I'm going to take my seat in just a moment, but my first question to you, and I'm going to start with President Ramaphosa first. Why is it that investors in this room should pay attention and recognize your GPS coordinates here in South Africa as the place to do business in the region. Over to you, Mr. President.
Well, thank you very much. We welcome this opportunity, and I think I speak on behalf of my brothers here. This forum has become a marketplace for attracting investment to our great continent. And obviously, as we sit here, we will talk about our own countries. But more broadly, we want to have a broader continental look because Africa's time has come for investments, and we want serious investors who will look at the whole continent and particularize it and look at various countries for investment opportunities, and we've got great ones. For South Africa, we've got a very attractive investment opportunities in a number of sectors, and right now we're focusing on areas like infrastructure, on energy, on the manufacturing base that we have in our country, and seeking to industrialize more and more in areas like automotive, agro-processing, and energy implements. So those are areas that we're focusing on that we believe can attract a whole lot of investments, and they do mutate into a number of other subsectors. We believe that we are the tourism capital of our continent. When God created Africa, he spent quite a lot of time on South Africa to make South Africa as attractive as it is. When you come in right from the bottom, you see Table Mountain, and once you do so, even as you want to travel through the whole continent, which you must, you will find that you want to spend a little bit more time in South Africa.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, President Ramaphosa. And we'll go on next to President Kagame. Over to you, sir.
Well, thank you. I think building on what President Ramaphosa has just mentioned, when you look at Africa as a whole, there is a lot of progress, a lot of activities taking place that really raising Africa to a much higher level. I want to simply say I have always thought it was Africa's time. I think we Africans have let ourselves down, and we are now, I think, realizing that it has always been our time, and we need to seize every opportunity and be where we should be by now. So first of all, I also want to thank President Ramaphosa, the President of South Africa, and the government and the private sector for providing a very good environment for us to be here to discuss these issues, and thank the President of the African Development Bank that has put all this together with the South African leadership. For Rwanda, particularly, we have concentrated on creating a conducive business environment for people to invest, to do business in Rwanda, with the environment of predictable governance systems and security, and so far so good in a region of this African community that is probably the fastest growing region on our continent, and Rwanda being part of that and benefiting from that as well. And Rwanda being the second in the ranking in Africa for the ease of doing business. The World Bank ranking puts Rwanda number 2. I think we have held that position for quite some time. It's high time we became number 1, so we are working So we continue to do that. So we need to create that environment for people to come and invest, and it's in the area. 3 things I would want to mention, but there are probably 15. I'll just be very brief. we have created a number of things. One, we have agri-business hub we have created between 15 and 20,000 hectares that we are trying to put under irrigation and partner with the private sector for agribusiness and exports around that. That one, we expect to have a public-private partnership. Second, we have also created Kigali Innovation City, where technology companies and higher institutions of learning come together with financial services to allow the startup companies to develop and grow, and so expect private capital to come in and grow that. The last one, last but not least, of the three is the Kigali Innovation Fund, which we have created. And with the support of the African Development Bank, we have already put in money, and the government is putting money. We want private people to come and invest as well to help these startups that are growing. So you're most welcome. I reserved the beauty part for another discussion. Because
President Kagame, I'm going to say that was an excellent pitch for Rwanda there. I know that President Akufo-Addo is chomping at the bit to top Rwanda in this regard. So, President Akufo-Addo, over to you.
That would be difficult to do that. First of all, I want to thank President Adesina and President of the African Development Bank for this second opportunity. This is the second invitation he's given me to attend this forum. I was here last year, and he's found it possible to renew the invitation. I'm grateful to him, and equally grateful, of course, to the world champion, the rugby world champion, President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, for the warmth and the hospitality that we always get when we come here. Very grateful for that. I think that I have a very big responsibility. I'm the sole West African here, so I have also to bat for West Africa a little bit. We have Southern Africa. But the Ghanaian perspective, I think two things. First of all, I want very much to endorse what President Ramaphosa said, the need for us to have a continental framework in the way in which we're talking about economies in West Africa, in Africa. The African Continental Free Trade Area is a major step forward for us, and we have found the overwhelming majority, I think, press unanimity on the continent in adhering to its term. Ghana has been privileged to be chosen as the host of its secretariat, and all the initiatives are onward going to make sure that by the target date, the free trade area becomes a reality. And when it does so, it changes so many of the dynamics of the economics of our situation. So I think it's extremely important when we're having this kind of meeting that we have very much this immediate future in mind, when our economies hopefully are going to be locked into a common market with all the commonalities that involves for the development of Africa. The specific Ghanaian context. What we've been doing since I came into office nearly 3 years ago is to strengthen the macroeconomy of our country. We inherited a situation, a large fiscal deficit that has been turned around now, considerable imbalances in the way in which our economy was being run, and that has also been turned around. A 15-16% rate of inflation is today at 7%, the lowest in 2 decades in the management of our national economy. And these are the building blocks for us. The macroeconomy, we think, is extremely important that we maintain discipline in the way in which we manage our public finances. And that has been our major objective. And so far, so good. We're realizing, and we're resisting the temptation in an election year which is about to go to turn on the tap. Hoping that the work we have done will take us through without having to do that. But so that's one very important background to the development of the Ghana. And the rest of it, and the consequences of it, of course, has been that in these 3 years, we've had one of the fastest growing economies, not just on the continent, but in the world, 8%, 7%. This year, we're looking at a 7.6% growth. And it's been consistent over these last 3 years. So you have an expanding economy that, of course, presents opportunities, especially in 3 key areas. Our infrastructure. It's a common problem across the continent, but it's one which we're paying a great deal of attention to. The development of our road, our rails, and our airport infrastructure in the country. In fact, last year here, an important initiative that we launched last year, which is bearing fruit, is the Accra SkyTrain project, in which South African investors are taking a very keen interest. And we're hoping that we will be able to advance the whole concept even more strongly this year. So we have that. We have also the transformation of our agriculture. It doesn't make sense that on this continent we keep still being a net importer of food, when we have everything that is there to be able to grow food for ourselves. Our land, we have the greatest proportion of the arable lands of the world are in Africa. Ghana has a very high proportion of that. We have the waters that are running through our system and capable of being the fountain of irrigation. So we're also paying a great deal of attention to the modernization of our agriculture. We have a program which we've called Planting for Food and Jobs. That is proving to be, and I want to be modest in saying so, but it's proving to be a spectacular success in Ghana. First of all, in the way in which it's addressing foodstuffs. We're now, for the first time in over a decade, exporting foodstuffs to our neighbors. Generally, there's a big thrust to the development of our economy, and I'm very, very keen in developing private sector interests. Because as you know, Ghanaian agriculture is largely smallholder agriculture. But then there is also the opportunity for large commercial agriculture to coexist side by side with the smallholder farmers. We're looking for investments in that area. And the third is we've established a Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund. And we are looking for money from outside also to invest in the fund. It becomes a major leverage for us for attracting monies to deal with our infrastructure. So we have a broad range. Our country, as you know, the country that used to be known as the Gold Coast, we have a lot of important minerals in our country, and we're looking to see how we can bring value to those imports, not to those resources, not just the export of them in their raw form, but enhancing their take in the value chain. I speak about gold, I'm speaking about manganese, I'm speaking of considerable bauxite resources, iron ore resources, lithium, which is now coming into play as a major natural resource. All of these are in abundance in Ghana, and we're now trying to forge the policies that will make it possible for these also to be the subject of investment. I, like the president of Rwanda, will leave out the beauty and the warmth of the Ghanaian people in my presentation. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, President Akufo-Addo, thank you very much. We hear foundation, priorities, preparation, opportunity, all bundled into one. And we do know that there's a very strong likelihood that all three of your excellencies will be topped by His Excellency, the Prime Minister, Carlos Agostinho de Rosario, for your pitch here.
Thank you so much. Allow me to respond in Portuguese. I don't know whether this condition has been created for that. First of all, muito obrigado é uma grande honra para mim estar aqui e representar o meu presidente, Presidente Inhoste, que ele não pode estar aqui por razões da agenda nacional. Queria primeiro felicitar o BAD, o seu presidente da Desina, por ter criado essas condições para que essa iniciativa de juntar nesse espaço investidores, facilitadores como o BAD e os governos que são promotores nesse espaço para que a África tenha projetos. A África tem mudado bastante da sua imagem e Moçambique também acompanha essas mudanças. E nós oferecemos muita coisa para o capital estrangeiro e para o investimento, quer doméstico, quer estrangeiro. Nós temos no nosso país a liderança que está, neste momento, cometido com a paz. E a paz é um pré-requisito fundamental para que os investimentos possam correr. Está também muito cometido com os processos de transparência, de mudança da legislação, para que haja o combate à corrupção. O nosso país tem feito muitas reformas e tem tido muito trabalho para que possamos trazer a inflação a níveis controláveis. E esse é o resultado da liderança do nosso presidente. Perante momentos conturbados, há 3 anos atrás, que nós temos a inflação controlada. Saímos de uma inflação de 26% em 2016 para os atuais 2%, 3% de inflação. Portanto, nós temos uma inflação controlada que é bom para os investidores. Também temos essa liderança que se traduz em muitos recursos. E os recursos são recursos humanos, que são população jovem. Nós temos 29 milhões de população, dos quais 75% são jovens. E esses jovens estão sendo, neste momento, treinados, capacitados para poderem competir no mercado, através de capacitação profissional, técnico-profissional. O nosso país também tem recursos naturais. E eu acredito que nesta plataforma, o gás natural, o projeto do gás no Rovuma, é o maior projeto em termos de financiamento que esta plataforma vai ter que estudar e debater. E nós oferecemos essa plataforma, mas queremos que esse gás seja feito na perspectiva de, por um lado, não prejudicar setores não petrolíferos. Portanto, agricultura, turismo, infraestruturas, energia. Estes setores devem caminhar, devem ser capacitados pelo gás. O gás não pode prejudicar o desenvolvimento desses setores. Queremos uma economia muito diversificada, por um lado. E é por isso que nós também acreditamos que essa exploração do gás também se faça em termos de sustentáveis do ponto de vista do ambiente. Não pode, de fato, estarmos a fazermos o gás e a perigar o ambiente. Portanto, fazemos de modo diversificado, mas também, digamos, dentro dos parâmetros internacionais de conservação e proteção do ambiente. Estamos também comprometidos com reformas de simplificação de procedimentos para investidores, reformas dos vistos. Hoje em dia, em Moçambique, é possível ter o visto na fronteira. Estamos a criar condições para o visto online e também queremos agora juntar-nos aos procedimentos de nossa localização geográfica. Nós estamos bem localizados, de forma que somos facilitadores do comércio interno e externo. Somos a ligação entre nós e os países da Interlente.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Rosario. Greatly appreciated. Again, another excellent pitch. We've discussed everything here from agriculture, tourism, industry, innovation, wonderful opportunities. I'm sure our excellencies have whetted your appetite. So we're going to turn it over to you, our global and regional investors. We do have microphones on the sides of the hall. We, at this point, due to the limitations of time, only have an opportunity to address one question each to each of the presidents. So as a matter of courtesy, I'm just going to ask if the person before you has addressed their question to a specific president on the panel, please extend the next question to another member of the panel in order to provide equal opportunity. I see a hand raised right in front of me over here, but I'm going to start with the lady right in front of me. If you could introduce yourself and ask your question. Kindly keep all questions short for reasons of time.
Good morning.
Questions, not comments. Thank you very much.
Hello.
You're on.
Good morning. My name is Leila Bouamatou. I am the first CEO woman of an African investment bank in Mauritania. And my question is, for President, addressed to President Kagame, Africa's potential access to foreign investment is hampered by the unstable macroeconomic policies, lack of transparency regarding regarding political environment, and lack of good governance. According to your successful experience and the successful story of your country, what advice can you give us as foreign investors?
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll take the questions very quickly and then come to the panel. So we'll take the next question. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Your Excellencies. My name is Abdul Samad Rabiu, Chairman Boa Group from Nigeria, and my question goes to the President of South Africa. Your Excellency, you've said it all about the beauty of South Africa, and as you all know, South Africa is one of the most beautiful countries in Africa.
I didn't hear that.
I will repeat, it's one of the most beautiful, if not the most beautiful country in Africa. And,
let's kindly keep the questions short, please.
My Excellency, Your Excellency, my question is, as investors, that are trying to invest all over Africa, we have this unfortunate incident of xenophobia. What are you doing to firmly address the issue of xenophobia here in South Africa? Because if investors are coming, they must feel, embraced and welcomed. So what are you doing to firmly address this very ugly incident, Your Excellency? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take another question. Any other hands raised? The hand to the right, and then we'll come to the gentleman in the middle, and those will be the two last questions.
Good morning, Your Excellencies. My name is Ade Adefeko. I'm Vice President Olam Agribusiness Company, which is in 25 countries in Africa. A quick question to Mrs. President Kagame and President Ramaphosa. It's two in one because it's connected.
No, Ade, please, we will follow protocol. We did say we'll give each of the presidents one opportunity to respond to a question. So please ask the question of either of the presidents who haven't been given an opportunity.
All right. At this point in time, then I'll go to the President of Rwanda. Your Excellency, President of Rwanda.
No. President Kagame has already received a question. Please, President Akufo and Prime Minister Rosario is right over here. Thank you.
All right. I'll speak in Portuguese at this point, and I'll address it to President Rosario. Bom dia. Chamo-me de Sul da Nigéria. É muito importante para... O que tens investitura, agricultura em Moçambique? Qual é... todos, disons, 25 países em África. Qual é o seu investitar para nós todos, para investir a Moçambique? Sobre a agricultura.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I do trust that the last question will be going to His Excellency President Akufo-Addo. Thank you. Yes, the lady with the hand raised. Yes, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Tony Luck. I've just become a citizen of Ghana, so I was very happy to say to my, yes, Mr. President, South Africa, you left me. I wanted to know, for all of us, what was the courage and intention that you had when you decided to change the way in which the cocoa would be handled? Because I think that helps all of us understand how we will integrate into the global market if African presidents get the courage and the intention to use a very important word, which is no. We will do it a different way.
Thank you very much, Dr. Locke. So, Your Excellencies, in the order that the questions have been asked, we turn the microphones back over to you. So we'll start with President Kagame first, and then come over to President Ramaphosa, Prime Minister Rosario, and then finally, but not the least, President Akufo-Addo. Thank you very much, Excellencies.
Well, let me start by saying that to the good question raised, the issues we have to deal with in Africa in order for us to attract investments, have business environment attractive, and therefore grow and develop and be where our countries want to be. There are these issues of governance that we know have to be considered and, in fact, invested in as well, at least in terms of effort that such happens in our countries. Then issues of stability, whether it is political or other issues that affect our stability. When you have conflicts, you have security issues we have seen. So there is nothing new that we don't know we have to deal with. I think all of us know what issues we have to deal with. The main difference will come when in one place or another they are actually doing what they know they ought to do. It's not just knowing what you ought to do or what you are even capable of doing, but it's another, in actual fact, doing it. So when we have seen across Africa progress happening and there are many positive things happening in every country of our continent. So they are not happening by miracle or anything. It's just because people are getting to doing what they have to do and have known they have to do for a long time. So the advice, therefore, is simple. Let's do what we know we ought to do. Let's involve our women. We see more numbers of women becoming CEOs because there are many who are capable, so we should not leave our women behind. That's what we have tried to address. We know we have to have accountable, transparent systems of government, and we have to make sure we do that. We have to create rule of law in our environment for people to expect certain things to happen, and that's what happens in any country. So that is the main advice. I cannot give advice of things that I think that anyone doesn't know in this room. Everyone knows what we are talking about. Let's just do it.
Okay. President Kagame, that's a plug for Nike there. Just do it. An excellent exhortation there. President Ramaphosa.
Thank you very much. The issue that has been raised falls in the category of the whole global challenge that many countries are facing, which is the issue of migration. How people move from one country to another, and some move because of economic conditions and political conditions and all that. And South Africa has always welcomed people from many other parts of the world. And in fact, right now we are one of the big recipients of people who have migrated to our country, fleeing their various countries for a number of reasons, and our neighbors who have gone through challenges. We've seen them, there are people coming into South Africa, and in the main they have settled here. We're very different from a number of other countries in that we decided not to set up what you would call reception centers where people will be kept in camps. We consciously decided that we want people who come to our country to be integrated into the South African society and be part of it, to be able also to make a living and to be part of the broader South African society. And some have criticized us for that and said you should have set up camps, but we've resisted doing that. But as we all know, when a country goes through difficult economic conditions itself, citizens of the country have a sense of propriety. They have a sense of self-interest, and they want to protect their own self-interest. It happens all over the world. And I characterize it as a fault line. Migration issues become a fault line in the life of any country, And sometimes reaction is sparked off by what you would call nonsensical incidents, whether somebody greeted another one in a different language or whether they couldn't answer in a different language, and it just sparks off. Inherently, South Africans are not xenophobic. The government of South Africa is irrevocably committed against xenophobia. We abhor it. We've got policies that are aimed at diluting it and taking action against it. And attacks on people from other countries are seen as a criminal act. In the recent past, of course, the unfortunate thing is that a number of people died. And many of them were South Africans who got caught up in the whole fracas that happened in a number of areas. And then when things like this happen, the criminal element kicks in. And people start seeing opportunities to act in a very incorrect way. The problem that often happens with all this is that fake news becomes the order of the day. And in our situation, much of what happened was then fueled by fake news. And some of it happened in such a very ugly and gross way, where people were seen. There was pictures that were sent around, people jumping out of buildings that were burning. And they said, this is what is happening in South Africa. And it wasn't. It was people burning, jumping out of a building which was accidentally on fire in another country. And they transposed it and said, this is what is happening in South Africa, which then fueled the reaction of people in other countries, in Nigeria, for instance. And at the time as it happened, I was in close contact with President Buhari. And people, the security forces in Nigeria, took a firm stance to help and defend South Africans who were there and their businesses. And similarly, we then took action here. More than 200 people were arrested because we also needed to demonstrate our firmness in taking action against those who were acting against people from other countries. And things have settled down, and I was very pleased that President Buhari did not cancel his state visit to South Africa in the wake of what happened. He still came, we sat down and discussed it in a very pleasant manner, friendly manner, and we decided that we are going to set up an early warning mechanism that will give us early indications of anything that could go wrong. But in addition to that, I then sent a number of envoys to various countries. They went to see President Kagame, President Akufo, Nana Akufo in Ghana, and they're also going to go now in a few days to Mozambique. They're still going around. Just to explain exactly what has happened, but more than that, without taking too much time, we decided that we are going to set up a fact-finding team, which consists of former President Chisano of Mozambique and former President of Tanzania, Kikwete. They will work with a number of other local South Africans to get to the bottom of this, because we want to prevent further incidents of all this. Clearly, as a nation, we've got to take steps to ensure that South Africans have a greater appreciation of people from other countries, that we are not an island, and being the country that we are, we were also supported in our struggle by other countries on the continent who welcomed us with open arms. And as South Africans, we need to have that level of acceptance, level of embrace to other people. So we are irrevocably committed to taking action against xenophobic attacks against others, but we would also say we want to work with the continent. We want to work with the whole world, and indeed we're also working with the UN Commission on Refugees, and they have applauded the policies that we have embraced when it comes to treating refugees. So we want to say once again, South Africa is home to all. We want people to feel comfortable and safe in being in South Africa, And of course, there's got to be processes that have to deal with being regularized to be in South Africa, being permitted to have the necessary permits and all that, which happens in any other country. But South Africa, one, is not xenophobic. Two, South Africa is open to other people from other countries. And we want people to have a sense that this, too, is their home away from home. Thank you very much.
President Ramaphosa, I just want to say thank you very much for dealing factually and very sensitively with an issue that has become very thorny on our continent, particularly as we stand on the cusp of operationalizing the African Continental Free Trade Zone. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Again, could we kindly give President Ramaphosa a warm round of applause? Thank you, sir. Prime Minister Rosario.
Yes. As I told you initially, agriculture in our countries is vital for job creation and the income generation. That's why I said that in spite we have endowed in natural resources such as LNG, we don't need that LNG can be developed in jeopardizing agriculture and the other sectors that are job creations. We have in Mozambique about 3 million hectares, but only 10% of what which 10% is being utilized. So we have plenty of scopes to be there. Crops like maize, cashews, cottons, which we're bringing here, some projects on this, are there to be. We are now looking for modernization of our agriculture, which is very, very crucial. And now the land is there, it has been given as a leasing base. We are not selling the land in Mozambique. It's a construction of about 50 years, renewable, depending on how we are using the land. So come to Mozambique, and then it's there. 2 conditions are there. We have been working hard so that peace can prevail, number 1. And then, as I said, the inflation is also under control. During the last 3 years, we have been controlling the inflation. We brought inflation from 26% for now 3%, which is an amazing effort we did. But peace, macroeconomic stability, and land availability are there. Please come to Mozambique.
Well, you've heard it consistently from Prime Minister Rosario. His message has been, he's focused on 3 messages: agriculture, agriculture, and agriculture. So you heard it from His Excellency. Well, last but not the least, President Akufo-Addo. Over to you, sir.
First of all, let me thank the new citizen, the new Ghanaian citizen, for the question. And I'm thinking that you're part of those who were granting citizenship for the year of return. There's a whole big ceremony that I'm due to superintend when I get back home, where so many of our kith and kin from the Americas and the Caribbean are coming to be citizens of Ghana. So you're very welcome, and thank you for the question. I think that the question is a sort of a microcosm of the challenge that we're facing on the continent. And why do I say so? Between Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, we're responsible for 65% of the world's output of cocoa. The cocoa industry, chocolate and all the related parts, is a $100 billion plus United States dollar industry, well, the global industry, a value chain that produces some $100 billion plus. Out of that, the farmers, whose hard work and toil is responsible for the cocoa, the 65%, get $6 billion plus maximum for their effort. You look at those facts and you know that there's something seriously wrong with that arithmetic. So when I came into office, I began to speak about it. And very fortunately for me and for our two countries, the Ivorian leader, Alassane Ouattara, had the same point of view as myself. We found that we had a joint mutual assessment of what was the reality and the need for us to do something about the reality. I see that is the most important aspect of political office, the opportunity it gives to you to address fundamental issues of confronting your people. So as a result of talks in Abidjan and in Accra, we came to a mutual understanding of what we needed to do, which was to fuse the marketing, the production and marketing policies of our two countries. The Cocoa Marketing Cocoa Board is the main instrument, state instrument for the development of the cocoa, and they have a Conseil de Cacao Café in Côte d'Ivoire, which plays an equivalent role there. So it was a question of bringing the two groups together to forge a common policy, and they have done so, insisting that in future we would enter the market at a certain basic floor price and hold that price, and then out of it find the opportunity to increase the earnings of our farmers. So that floor price has been stated. We've gone into the market on that basis. We now have the opportunity to pay our farmers a $400, if you like, bonus, which we call the living income differential per ton, and enhancing the incomes of our cocoa farmers so that they get more out of this value, this $100 billion industry that they've been given before. And we also found tremendous support from the African Development Bank, which is indicated and has, as part of the agreements that we're going to sign here, that they are prepared to support us enhancing our infrastructure in the cocoa industry, being able to have a greater capacity for warehousing, being able to do more processing in our country of the raw material, and therefore being able to participate at the higher and higher level of the value chain in the cocoa industry. And the end result of all of this is going to be a considerable enhancement of the incomes of our cocoa farmers. Unfortunately, I think that the more progressive elements of the world industry have seen the value of the policy. Mars, the United States company, which is one of the biggest players in the industry, has come out openly to support the policy that the Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire have evolved together, to saying that it is the way to ensure a sustainable industry. So, like everything in history, I mean, there's a combination of luck, the time was ripe, the circumstances were there, and I found an interlocutor who shared the same vision as myself. So it was easy for us to work together towards this common goal. He's, in fact, the bigger producer. He's the #1 producer. Côte d'Ivoire is the #1 producer. We are the second. But between us, we come to this figure of 65%. So it has been a development that has been, I believe, very, very positive for our two countries. And I think that it means that we're capable of duplicating this kind of thinking on a broad range of things that we need to do on the continent. But this is the origin of the policy, and this is where we're going, and we're hoping that it is going to, with the support, as I say, that the ADB is giving us, be able to give us a really strong future position as the industry grows. Thank you.
President Akufo-Addo, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts on charting new and strategic pathways for agriculture, not just in Ghana, but also within the region. I'd like to use this opportunity to say a very profound and sincere thank you to our distinguished panel of heads of state and government for enriching our conversation today. But more importantly, in your respective and very unique ways, for continuing to own and to shape the narrative on the new Africa, the Africa of our dreams, the Africa that we've all looked forward to. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly give our distinguished panel a final but really warm and robust applause.
Accompanied by the beautiful Lady Julia. Also in the tour, distinguished statesman, former President of the Republic of Ghana, John Jacob. I just want to give a statement from the Archbishop, the Anglican Bishop of St. Cyprian's Cathedral in Kumasi. Please welcome Archbishop Daniel Yekastafo to do us the honors of the opening prayer.
We thank you very much for your faithfulness and love towards us. We thank you for this season of love, peace, reconciliation, and goodwill. We thank you also for the gift of peace and stability we enjoy in this noble country, Ghana. We praise you also for the great princes whom you have used as agents of peace. Lord, we have met tonight to celebrate the pillar of peace. We pray that you come among us, our Emmanuel, to preside at this function to make it a great success, so that in the end we may have the recourse to give you all the glory. We ask all this through the might of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Please be seated. Thank you very much, Bishop. Anglican Bishop St. Cyprian's Cathedral in Kumasi, and Bishop Daniel Yinka Safo, thank you very much for the opening prayer. Majesty, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, tonight. The E3 Group, a top-flight event management and business solutions provider, tonight has brought all of us here. They recently organized the World Meeting Ghana Investors Forum and its executive dinner ball that saw 31 representatives of various countries and industry players in Ghana participating in the event World Meeting Ghana Investors Forum at the Asia Palace here and the Golden Tulip Hotel in Kumasi. Again, the E3 Group, organizers of the Africa Premier Leadership Awards, tonight confers the maiden edition of the Pure Peace Award on His Majesty 2472 Santini. I'd like to say a very big thank you at this point to our sponsors, without whom this event would not have been possible. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to Consolidated Bank Ghana Limited, that's CBG. We'd also like to say a very big thank you to Exim Bank Ghana. A very big thank you to Republic Bank. A very big thank you to Ghana Gas, to the Electricity Company of Ghana, the Ghana Standards Authority, and of course, Special Eyes Mineral Water. Thank you very much for ensuring that tonight's event is possible. I'd like to introduce the chairman for this evening's function, a man who has been used to being in leadership for all these years. A Ghanaian traditional ruler, entrepreneur, electrical engineer, a man of the Ghanaian traditional area. Amongst many things he has done, includes being a member of the Constituent Assembly of 1979, and several boards he has either been on or chaired. And tonight also, one of the biggest, he is currently the chairman of the Council of State of the Republic of Ghana. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome our chairman for this function, Gabriel Henning. Please welcome Nana Utuo Sribo. We'll take our chairman's remarks now. Thank you.
His Majesty Utuo Hussein II, Mr. Julia, President John Utuo, Ministers of State assembled here, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed with a deep sense of humility and gratitude that I accept the honor to chair the proceedings of this momentous event this evening. Over the past 20 years, Otumfuo's achievements in the field of education, health, and above all, the maintenance of peace and stability in this country have been phenomenal. Otumfuo has not only played a balancing role in Ashanti, but has gone beyond the shores of Ashanti to other parts of the country. Indeed, any time the country has been in crisis, Otumfuo has risen to its full length as a consummate and respected peace broker to bring peace to the nation. But for Otumfuo, I dare say that the peace and stability we are enjoying today in Ghana would have been something else. Today, we are honoring him with the Pillar of Peace Award. This award confirms Otumfuo's peacekeeping abilities and peace brokering efforts in Ghana, and I must say, those of us who have known him, even beyond the shores of Ghana. I'm sure this ceremony will resonate as far as Oslo, Norway, where I am confident that Otumfuo's peace initiative will very soon manifest in being awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. We have a heavy program this evening, and it is not my desire at this point in time to bore you with long remarks. I must say again that I'm indeed grateful to you for the honor to chair this function, and I trust that we shall all cooperate to make it a memorable evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for this function. Who has many hats, Grammy and also the Chairman of the Council of State of the Republic of Ghana. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier tonight, the EO3 Group eventually will present a Pillar of Peace Award to His Majesty Otumfuo II, Yes, Santini. We have a few remarks by some distinguished people we invited. One of them is a lady called Dr. Melina Harris-Barrow. Dr. Melina Harris-Barrow was born in the Panama City of Panama, a dynamic and much sought after motivational speaker. She's addressed large audiences worldwide, businesses, prisons, schools, universities, church congregations, and very august occasions like this. She has a simple message she's taking around about personal and professional leadership development. And in August of 2015, Dr. Harris-Barrow launched her Love, Truth and Peace campaign, the aim of which is to empower, inspire, and motivate individuals and instill the importance of leadership, economic development, and a culture of love, truth, and peace in all nations. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, now my pleasure to present our guest speaker. Please welcome Dr. Melina Harris-Barrow as she joins us today. She's also the founder of the Panama World Trade and Investment Foundation. Dr. Barrow.
Thank you. How is everyone today? Good? Very good. I want to begin to address His Majesty King Otumfuo Osei Tutu II of Ashanti, Ghana. I just discovered not too long ago that he is the 16th king of the Ashanti Kingdom in Ghana. And the reason for that is I am from the diaspora. We're not aware of the things that's happening in Africa. But it's truly a pleasure and an honor to be here, to be the guest speaker for this event. I would like to address some of the achievements of His King, His Majesty, And the reason I'm doing this, because I know this is going to reach many. And we, from the African diaspora, are not aware even that there are kings in Africa. So I would like to send this message out to the diaspora by stating the achievements of a king in this kingdom, the Ashanti Kingdom. His Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, thank you for making a positive mark in here in Kumasi. Thank you. His Majesty has made great achievements in education, health, peace, and many, many other things. And I would like to address also the education arm of the foundation, include Otumfuo Teachers Award, Otumfuo Scholarship Program, Otumfuo Mobile, Learning Projects, Ladies of Tomorrow Mentorship Program, and French Quiz. These are the great things that your king has been doing for the last 20 years. And this is all news for the African diaspora. Thank you. Who are the Ashanti people? Again, I have to mention this first before I respond to that. I was just speaking to His Majesty to let him know that once I was a little girl, my teacher, European teacher, called my colleague a Zulu. I was in 8th grade. I did not have an idea of what was a Zulu. No clue. Why? Because in Latin America, we don't know anything about you. So when he called her a Zulu, all of us in the classroom were surprised because we didn't know. So he told her to go home. And the reason he called her a Zulu was because her hair was braided. And we are not allowed, even until today, to braid our hair in our countries in Latin America. We have to make a change, and that's why I am here. So I went home and I asked my grandfather, what is a Zulu? And he said to me, they are warriors, they are powerful, but that is as much that he could tell me because he didn't know much about the Zulu. But when he said that they were warriors and they were powerful and they were the last to be defeated by the British, according to him, I said, I am going to braid my hair and I am going to go to school tomorrow because I want my teacher to call me a Zulu. So when I begin to read about the Ashanti people, the Ashanti were described as a fierce, organized people. And that made me feel even better to be here today. One of the other reasons I am here, it is because we have to begin to trade with each other. I am one that have returned from my ancestors that was taken from Africa to Latin America. And I believe tonight I will be speaking for my ancestors that was taken, and now we're back because I'm here representing all those that have died on the way, all those that have died in America, in Latin America, in the Caribbean. I am here today to represent them. One of the main reasons also I am here, it is because I noticed over the years, I have not seen my brothers and sisters doing business in that region. And I questioned why. Then I figured it out. Whoever colonialized you, that is who you do business with until today. You have not crossed over to Latin America, Panama, Brazil, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Colombia, Panama. You have not stepped over there because it was designed that way. So I am telling you today, it is time to come in that region, and I am the bridge for you to cross over and do business in Latin America, the Caribbean, so we can progress. Because if we don't do it, we're going to go another 400 years. And that we don't want. Don't think about the language. Many in my country are doing business. China, India, everyone. And they have translators. So don't let these things keep you away from doing business with your own brothers and sisters in that region. We have the Panama Canal. We just expanded the canal. We have the second largest free zone in Panama. I have not seen one African business on the free zone, but we are going to change that. Am I right? We have a lot of things that we can do. I am also the Vice Prime Minister for the state of the African diaspora. And right now, I am working on having a global Chamber of Commerce for all of us. We can trade, we can gather information, and we will provide all that information for you. This is why I was happy and honored to be here for His Majesty, because I know that you might not know, but that's why I am here to guide you and let you know that there is another location, many locations to do business. For example, agriculture. In Colombia, we have all of the land that is needed to cultivate. But guess what? Everyone else from around the world is coming, but you. We have to change that. We can do business in Colombia, in cultivating everything that you have here. We also have it in those regions. We are here to provide that information for you in order for us to continue to progress. When I read about the Ashanti day trade, they did everything in order to stand strong. We are the descendants, and we are going to do the same thing. Be strong. Know that you have your brothers and sisters in Latin America, in the Caribbean, in North America. We are waiting for you. Don't have us waiting too long, because there might not be much to give back. So let us work together. And His Majesty, I want to thank you for all that you are doing for your people. You have inspired me. You have given me hope. Thank Mr. Richard for inviting me, for reaching out. I thank you also from the bottom of my heart. The year of